All right. Welcome to the 2025 Formula Kite European Championships. It's day 5. I'm your host for the live, Chris Museler. I'm with Mirko Babini from the IKA. And this is the day where the rubber meets the road. We are in beautiful Urla, Turkey, and we have 4 races for the men, 5 races for the women. This is the day that determines who goes into tomorrow's medal series. The top 8 from both fleets get selected by the end of today, and there's a lot going on.
Yes, Chris, what a day. Sunshine and a super nice breeze, 11 to 15, let's say 13 average. It looks awesome day, full of action for sure. They are already warming up on the racing area. I think we will enjoy a lot the day of today here in Urla. And as you see, is a perfect place for kite foiling and for racing. The water is flat and the wind is perfect, and I think it's going to be a really good day.
Awesome. Well, let's talk about who we really want to look out for. What really matters today is 2 parts of the top 8. First is the top 2 to see who gets into the top 2 in both the men's and the women's. That top 2 goes straight into the finals tomorrow. They don't have to work so hard. And I talked to Lorianne Nalo, who's in 2nd place in the women's right now, and she said life is a lot easier when you're in 1 or 2, so they have to really pay attention to that. In the women's fleet, they're going to be racing first. In the women's fleet, Lorianne Nalo is just behind Lily Young, and they kind of have a little bit of an edge on the rest of that fleet. And then in 8th and 9th, we have Brianna and Mafalda. Brianna from Australia and Mafalda from Portugal. Yep, and they have only 1 point between the two of them. And actually, the most important part about getting into the top 8 for the women is that behind Mafalda, there's a huge gap. So that's really a race to watch in the women's. And maybe tell me a little bit more about the men's.
No, yes, as you're saying, we will see for sure in the water quite soon. And I guess, again, as I said, it's going to be a great day, the perfect wind, perfect battle. Now they try technically to make the right choice for the wing, for the kite size. And it's going to be really a great battle with this kind of condition. And as you also see on the previous day, the wind, it can be shifty, so it can be really a tactic day for all the competitors. It's going to be a really awesome day.
Awesome. And just a little bit about this venue here in Urla. You know, we are at Fenerbahce, and this place has produced and a lot of Olympians. We did a little bit of a show on this earlier, and it's really fantastic what they've been doing to develop the youth. There's a high foiling focus here. There's a lot of youth wing foilers here and kite foilers, but wing foiling's pretty strong. They even have an academy across the peninsula for school and for optimist training as well. So it's really fantastic. And just tell me why the IKA decided to partner with Fenerbahce in this area.
That's for sure, because Fenerbahce, as you said, is a really a high level. They have a high level mindset, and they produce a lot of sailor champion. And obviously, they are keep an eye on this kind of new Olympic classes. And we are really proud to be with them and to have this fantastic European Championship here for the Formula Kite as Olympic classes. So for sure, it's great. Thanks to them, thanks to Turkey and Urla, because it's an amazing place, and I'm pretty sure that it will be more and more on the near future.
Fantastic. So the biggest part of today is qualifying for the medal series. Certainly in the men, Pianossi, Riccardo Pianossi from Italy is pretty launched, but really the battle behind them is for second to get that easy path into the finals with Cameron Maramanidis, who's in 2nd place. Max Mader has some pretty high throwouts, so he has to sail a perfect day to get into the top 2, whereas Cameron has a 5 or a 6. So that's a really awesome battle to watch. So, you know, a lot has happened up until now, so why don't we see what's happened right up until now with a video. Turkey has been awesome. It was sunny and hammering out to start the 2025 Formula Kite European Championships here in Urla. The spectacular opening series revealed some new faces charging at the top of the women's fleet, while the usual suspects were stamping their authority on the men's leaderboard. Local hero Darren Atacan and Catalina Turienzo of Argentina were not giving an inch in the top three, but they couldn't touch Lily Young of the UK, who's held the lead all week. But French Olympic silver medalist Lauriane Nalot is the one to watch heading into the final days after creeping into second overall from a low fifth. She's been getting used to a new brand of foils, and it seems she's finding her footing, cranking out a quiver of firsts. It was no surprise to see Riccardo Pianossi of Italy and Olympic bronze medalist Max Mader going 1-2 heading into Saturday's Gold Fleet races. The pair won their respective fleets in the opening series, but Cameron Marimonides is the one carrying a ton of momentum heading towards the medal series, slipping into second. It's pretty hard to take your eyes off Pianossi though. He's killing it, counting all firsts. One thing is super clear, Riccardo Pianossi and Lily Young are giving a masterclass in kitefoil racing. We still have a whole day of sick racing ahead for the women and men here in Urla. Remember to watch it all going down live. All right, we are back. The 2025 Formula Kite European Championships. Mirko, I am so glad you made it. It's been since Sardinia that we got to hang out together on our first ever live on both of these events, or this event, the Formula Kite Championships. And man, we've got just a little bit of time left before the women start. Let's talk to you about what's really going to happen today. Like we said, 4 races for the men in their gold fleet, and the women are still racing as one fleet, so they have 5 races today. We're going to start off with the women's, then men's, and go back and forth through that, and then end up with the women's race. But we're going to be live all day long watching the racing. You can watch the tracker live on Metasail and keep on top of it. Mirko and I will be paying attention to that too. And we were just talking about the weather out there today, but I mean, really, this is the most important day of the event. You know, leading up until tomorrow. This is at the end of today. We will know who's in that medal series, and then anything can happen after that. So, I mean, you can look out there right now. We've got a kite in the water. That was a problem that plagued the end of yesterday, if you saw that in our little recap that you just watched. And right now, these are northerly winds. And this breeze is still trying to just hold in there. There you can see our men's regatta leader, Riccardo Pianossi, who just missed out. You must have been there, Mirko. He just missed out on a medal. He was 4th at the Olympic Games, and he's been winning with basically all firsts at this event. It's not out of nowhere. He's really got a good head on his shoulders right now. He's so super focused.
Yeah, I would say that Riccardo Pianossi, after the Olympic experience, he learned a lot. He worked a lot on the mentality, obvious on the preparation, technical preparation, mental preparation as well. And we have to remind that he's really young. Mm-hmm. You know, being 18 years old and run for a medal is not easy in any sport at all. So he take all this experience now, and for sure he will stay more focused. As we can see the leaderboard now, Riccardo is leading with 10 points in total in first, and then Cameron Maramenides from Greece. He had really a great Open Series regatta, and he has 17 points in total, but you have to watch out behind, because Max is always gonna be always ready to jump in top of it. But we can really say that all the 10 that you can see in this board, they are all the opportunity to win a race. So it can be mixed at the end of the day. This is why, as you said, today is really important, because at the end of the day, the top 8 they will run the medal series tomorrow, and they will go for the podium, and everything can happen in our format.
Absolutely, and there's always that kind of 8-9 bubble too. Now, if you look out in the race course here, actually, you know, there's good breeze across the race course right now, and we will be seeing we will be starting with the women's race. That's going to be women's race 14. So we've been racing a big series for the women as one fleet. They're racing all the way through 5 races today. Lots of races for the women on the race course today. And like we said, with Lauriane Nalot was just really, she basically over the last 2 days, she had the lowest point score. So she basically won the day yesterday, won the day before, and moved up from 5th place earlier in the week to a very clear 2nd place with Lily Young. You can see there in the points, only 3 points between them, and then a really big gap between Isabel Sartrian of Poland and the rest of the fleet. Catalina Turienzo from Argentina has been with Isabella, like really in the top 3 most of the week, and Lauriane just kind of leapfrogged through that group. But I think if you look at the points here, it's really just a battle in 1 and 2 right now, and then battles within the fleet to see if you're going to go right into the quarterfinals or semifinals. So right now we see the start is postponed, but let's just keep looking at these scores here, Mirko. Looking at the 8 and 9, there's a really big gap between 9 and 10. So I can't see any more pressure than those 2 riders, Brianna and Mafalda.
Honestly, with you, between Darine with 49 points in total and the 58 of Mafalda, being the 9 and having only 2 points to the 8, it makes a lot of difference. Because if you jump on the top 8, then tomorrow you can gain more place in front. But if you are 9 and you close 9 today,
you're done.
9.
Your regatta's over.
Exactly. So for sure, between 49, 53 for Lisa Caval, and then the other 2 points between Mafalda and Haid, it's really important.
Yeah, let's show our audience what it looks like, the way this qualifying series works. So it's very clear in terms of what place you're in and where that puts you. So Mirko, you probably helped create this. This is a format that's, the format's kind of evolving in these new classes. So explain to me this format right now and how that's going to affect the riders today.
Yeah, as you say, within the IKA class, it's really important to keep testing and to have an eye always in something that can work, let's say, better, keeping the fairness of the race, and try also to achieve a format that will support the aim of International Federation, the IOC, and the show, and the competitor. Everyone. So the format is quite easier. So the top 8, they will play the quarterfinal. So we have from the 5th to the 8th run one single race, and the top 2, so the winner of the quarterfinal, they go to the semifinal. So the 2, so the 1st and the 2nd of the quarterfinal, then they will run another race where they will find the 3rd and the 4th from the opening series. And then again, the best 2, so the 1st and the 2nd, they will jump from the semifinal, the 1st and the 2nd, they will jump to the grand final. And then they will have a race which is a little bit different between the quarter and the semifinal, because the first one coming from the opening series, it will be the only one with 1 bullet already.
Yeah, one first place finish.
Exactly. So what that means, he has a match point. The first score 2, it will win. So in case of the first one, will win straightforward, the game is over, and then the finish line order is going to be the podium. If somebody else from the second, or the winner of the semifinal, or the second coming from the semifinal, it will make a score, then we need to run another one until at least one doesn't score 2. It's really pretty interesting. We are keep developing the format, and but I think in terms of timing, which is really one of the issues that we learn, one of the, not mistake, because it's not a mistake. It's always important to test and to do something new, and to see if it's going to work better or not. So we are pretty open-minded within the IKA, and we really want to keep testing and to reach the perfection, and then at the end of the day, and to make everyone happy. And also we have to remember to be media friendly. Yeah. And I think it's really a good system. We are not far away.
Awesome. Yeah, and I know in the past there was people would carry more wins or more bullets into the finals from that first round. And fairness is the kind of the big word that that you just kind of keep working on. And these are fantastic events where you can do like such a shorter, faster races where you can move through kind of a cooler format, you know, like to figure out who's the winner and give people as many opportunities as they can to get to a medal, which is absolutely
No,
fantastic.
yes, exactly. Because when you do the race and you are in your own is something, but when you do a race and you want to have viewer on TV and be broadcasted all around the world and have audience, it's really important to have that the one that crossed the finish line. I mean, is the winner. Yeah. But find the format that is fair and have the winner crossing the to be the gold medal, the one that crossed for first the finish line, is not that easy in our sport. This is why I mean, we keep testing and we are not far away. Now we are seeing Michal, our race director, preparing for the orange flag because the racing start was delayed. And so the course is set for sure, and the wind is perfect. And I think that soon we will know the warning signal of race 14. Okay, 4 minutes and 30 seconds to the start, so 1 minute 30 seconds to the warning signal, and it's gonna be race 14 for the girl.
Awesome. Yeah, and one thing we didn't get to talk about there, we were talking about the format and really the meat of things today, getting through to the top 8, but is that there was also some kite rule changes. What you're going to see here is, I think it's pretty obvious, all the women are going to be on their largest kite, which is going to be a 15, which is a change from the last quadrennium, Olympic quadrennium in Paris 2024, where their biggest kite, the women's biggest kite, was 21. There are a bunch of reasons for that change. But one of the reasons was people were a little concerned about the rising competitive weights of the riders, and the women were basically riding the same size equipment as the men, and they had to be as heavy as possible to be, in addition to all the other skills you need to be competitive. And now they've limited the maximum kite size to a 15. So as we go through this sequence and we watch this race, this is kind of one of the first times in competition we're going to see the bottom end, the lightest wind, we're going to see this 15 being used by the women.
Yeah, but I would say that all over the week they had race between 6-7 knots, really marginal to higher winds, and it seems that the 15 it works really well.
Yeah, these are new designs.
Yeah, yep. And then the new design, the new kite, the new bridle set, and obviously they've been testing and fine tuning. It will be more fine tuning over the next few weeks and few months. But it seems that the 15 worked quite well, and also let's say the body shape of the majority of the girl, it seems to be quite good. So
awesome.
So far, it was a good call on the class rule change about the kite size.
All right. Well, like yesterday, when we saw the wind get down to just below the 15 knot range, as it looks like it is occasionally here, the breeze is getting pretty shifty from this northerly direction. So we might get an opportunity to see some port tack starts, which is always pretty exciting. The port tack terrorists, we know who some of them are. Here are some of the riders just kind of testing the line sights. I know by talking to a lot of these riders, you have all this land around you here in Urla, the Bay of Ichmelar, and they definitely take a run up one side of the line and look straight down between the boat and the pin or vice versa and pick something on the other end of the line. And line sights are super important to them. That tells them pretty clearly how close they're getting to the line. So that's what a lot of riders are doing as they cruise by slowly one end of the starting line or the other. They're looking, if you can see back there, that might be just a corner of the road or wind turbine or a big tree that helps them figure out where their line is.
Yeah, but this is really close. It's a big bay, deep big bay, a fjord, and the wind it is affected by the side of the bay, and we have to remember that in front of us there is an island, and so it's quite tactical, the decision that you want to take before the start. This is why, as you said, if the pin allowed, so depends on the bias of the starting line allowed, then it will be for sure someone that start on port.
Awesome. Yeah, and that island is called Snake Island. I don't know it in Turkish, but it is right dead upwind of the race course, usually in these northerlies. So as we get through here to the countdown, I think this is the countdown to the warning. Is that correct, Mirko?
I don't see the boat to watch, but I think it's the start.
Okay, then here we go. 25 seconds, 23 seconds to the start. Remember, there is a lot at stake here. There's a lot more... There's a lot more pressure than any other time in this regatta right now. There's 5 more races, and every bit counts. And like Mirko says, maybe 7th through 10th place, or 7th through 9th place, 6th through 9th place. That's where it matters. 2, 1.
Yeah.
And we don't have people off the line yet.
No. It was,
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen.
It was just a wrong timing, so
Yep.
that's for sure.
There we go. But that's okay. We can keep talking about, what's at stake here. I mean, I think, Mirko, you can lose a lot in tacks in this stuff. And I think when it's light, you worry about dropping your kite in a turn too, probably, right?
There is always a balance. Tacking with the kite is quite quick, and sometimes you can get let's say the momentum to do the tack and to go a little bit upwind. Okay, now you can see they are all aligned and they start to get closer to the starting line. It seems that they will come really close to the pin.
Yep. Here we go. We're inside of 10 seconds probably.
Yeah, it should be 5.
And yep, 3, 2, 1,
Go.
and there's the start.
Yeah.
We just heard it. Okay, so actually pretty easily spread across the line, which means there's probably no clear thought in terms of...
we can see someone on port anyway, also on the back of the fleet, but most of them, they go on starboard, probably because on the left side of the course, there is a bending by the island, as I was telling you. There is the island a little bit on the left side, from the wind direction, and it makes sense.
Just a couple positions up from the pin there. I think it's the blue kite, Lauriane Nolot from France. I think, is that her in the blue kite?
Yeah, and then Derina Takan.
Yep.
And then Giselas is the most lured on the right side of the screen.
Awesome, in the pink.
Yeah.
So, or at least in the pink on the tracker.
The blue and the red is Derin and Lauriane, which we have on the front of the, just on the center of the screen.
So we see three riders splitting to the right now, and it is a drag race right off to the left side of the course here between Lauriane Nolot, Darren Atakan, Lisa Caval is up on top of that group. I think that's in the black kite that you see up there, or the dark kite up on top of Lauriane Nolot. So this is it looks like Lauriane just tacked off. Is that Lauriane?
Yeah.
Yep. And
blue kite.
And you can see that she is not crossing Lisa Caval there. So that middle of the line start was perfect. There goes Lisa, tacking that kind of dark purple kite to follow Lauriane Nolot. And then you have Darren Atakan right here furthest left on the screen, hammering. Okay, so it's pretty obvious here that everyone they started on port, the majority of the fleet did, but what we want to really understand here...
On starboard.
Yep, on starboard. But what we really want to understand here is everyone tacked actually pretty early. They're really
because
far
they
from the
decided,
port
as you can see on the screen, there is the island. So obvious, they go as close as they can to the island without being too lured to the island. So they just tack and they will hit the lane line on the right side of the course and then tack again to round the mark.
Right, and now we see that person who kind of was started early on port was Brianna Whitehead from Australia.
Yeah.
And Brianna has been sitting in 8th place. and she's the one who's on that bubble.
Yes, exactly.
1 point into qualifying right now. Lorianne Nalo, you see there, tacked back onto starboard, but Brianna Whitehead has not a huge lead. But we have let's see.
Magdalena.
Magdala.
Magda. She just crossing Brianna, and Isabella. She's just behind.
Yeah.
But it's really interesting. The wind is really shifting, and do you see they have to do more tack than they need. They want to do.
So
usually.
here's Lisa Caval coming back. She kind of got ping-ponged in the middle, and you'll see there coming on the left side of your screen. That was the Lorianne Nalo. She did 2 tacks in a pretty short period of time, and let's see if that worked for her. It looks like she's kind of on top of Brianna Whitehead. And but yeah, Magda from Poland leading the race right now. Really, things got light over there on the right side of the course.
Yeah, but look at now. It must be really patchy close to Mark 1, because you can see how the wind change direction a little bit. So it must be patchy, and they have to pump. This is why they change the angle upwind. But Magda make it. Magda round the Mark 1 as a first.
Yep.
And then Gisela and Julia. Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay.
So race abandon. I mean, we were start looking on many tacks and pumping, and it make really fair to abandon the race. It was not a good race. The condition change.
Yeah, that was so fun to be commentating that first bit where it's all pretty stable and we're seeing a slow shift, right? Lorianne Nalo probably looked to the right, saw Brianna Whitehead kind of leading out of that corner, laid up underneath her. Everything was probably still relatively stable then. And then all of a sudden at the top of that race course, things just totally fell apart. For the breeze, and Magda was right there to capitalize on all of it. She had enough leverage on everyone to just probably catch that last puff out of the right. One little thing about Magda is she finished maybe the second day, had a pretty tough day. If I can look at this, she had like a 13, 15, something like that. And it was a windy day, and she came out of the water and she goes, I'm too small. She's like, I feel really small, overpowered. And here she is in a more moderate to lighter race. And who was that? One of the guys. She obviously had a bit between her teeth, and she was hammering. She had good speed in that light breeze.
Yeah, but I mean, the race has been abandoned due to the wind shift and the patchy condition, and a couple of places where, when you started to see the kite tacking and the angle that they're gonna have is almost reverse, that it means that something is wrong on the racing area, and it was a good call by the race director. And so let's start again for race 14 of the girl.
I'm just double checking. Is that the way it's going to work? We don't skip right to the men. They don't go to the bottom of the line.
Let's see. But I think they have enough time, and if they get everyone back, probably they will start again. But we will know more info about it.
Cool. So what did we learn from at least the first half of that race? We learned that Lorianne was ripping with clear air. We learned that Lisa Caval, also French, had really fantastic speed heading off the line, and that was like a really awesome drag race. The other thing that we did learn from that is even some of the riders who were kind of back a row, like Lily Young was back a row, they were still able to hang in there. So it shows that this fleet has a lot of parity. But yeah, let's take a little break, and as they rejigger the course if they need to, and we'll come right back at it with Chris and Mirko.
So I guess we will get some news from the race course. Race has been delayed. AP now is display on race committee board. Before the AP we saw November flag, which it means the previous race for the girl, race number 14, has been abandoned to the condition, shifty condition, and too patient. The wind was not the right moment for them to start. But it's fine. Really good call. We are playing with the wind, so we have to respect the wind and the wind condition. That's normal in our sport.
Absolutely. And they did say they are going to keep the fleet on the water. So that's hopeful. Fingers crossed. And, one thing, we were just talking about the 14 being the largest kite now for the women as opposed to the 21. But it is a new design. It has more range. So for people who don't understand what that means, it means that, there's some overlap between a 15-meter kite and a 21-meter kite now, where you can maybe use both in, 10 to 15 knots of breeze. So the designs are better, the materials are better, and people learned from that first Olympic quad in kite floor racing, the last 4 years leading up to Paris 2024 in these kite designs where the equipment was set for all those 4 years, the kite sizes you can use, the kite designs that are allowed to be built by certain manufacturers. And now in this quad, there are new kite designs being allowed with even new manufacturers. So maybe can we use this opportunity to look at an explainer about some of the changes in these designs?
Yeah,
what do you think?
Obvious. We have to remember that the kite that has been used on the previous Olympic, they were designed on, already 5-6 years
a while ago. That's like an eternity in foiling.
But in term of these different design, they've been using a lot of experience over the 4 to 5 years of the previous kite. So when they start to develop the new one, they start really to be focused, obvious in speed, but mainly in terms of wide use range and stability on the higher angle upwind. Because what happened when the wind is really strong, that they had some issue sometime reversing the kite or flapping or not answering pretty well with the tips on the bar. So all the new design, all the new kite, they have a little bit more air, more pressure inside to keep more shape on it. And they work on the different cell inside to have the crossover air inside. And obvious all the bridle points to be set and to work more in more sensitive way from the bar steering from the rider. So I guess that there is really a big improvement compared to the previous one.
Yeah, well, let's look at some talk from some of the riders who represent some of these brands to talk about all the little details and some of those design changes. They look the same to me right now, but there's a lot of differences, and it plays out on the water too.
Hi everyone, I'm Axel Mazella from Ozone Kite.
Pedro Gomez from Element Kiteboarding.
And we're gonna explain you today the new Olympic quad for 2028.
Los Angeles.
For 2024 we start with a 4 kite quiver, and now we drop down to a 3 kite quiver to make it more easier, and also because we also increase the range of our kite. So now the boys are going for 21, 15 and 11, when the girls are going for 15, 11 and 9 meter.
This year we introduced a new kite brand in the cycle that we didn't have before. And yeah, I get associated with Hans Bollinger, old paragliding designer, and we made a new race kite 2-liner with a Dynamas bridle, quite some aspect ratio, and we have a web leading edge patented, and then it gives us a good property upwind, downwind, and increasing the stability of the kite. So we are super happy with it.
Many new things coming from Element, who done such a great job. And for us on Ozone, we're pretty focusing on the wind range of our kite. For sure, we were on a 4-liner before, on the R1V4, and now on the R1V5 we jump to a 2-liner, so we make hard work to make it stable, to keep our light construction from the R1V4. Also be focusing on the 2-liners on the small kites.
The design changes on the kite. The basically 21, 15, 11 and 9 meter are different from all the brand. And the 9 meter that you choose still have 4-liner, which make it more easier to use in strong wind.
Yes, exactly. We have to say that it's all about a compromise in between performance and stability. So that's why even for fly surfer, they jump from 2-liners on the big sizes, and then 3-liners on the 11, and then the 4-liners on the 9 meter. So for us, we've done kind of the same. We keep the 4-liners on the 9 meter because we want stability, and then we jump on the 2-liners for 11, 15, and 21.
All right, that was awesome seeing Benoit and Axel talking about all the intricacies of these new designs. It's pretty intense, and actually the coolest thing that I learned from that whole thing was that it's not just the actual shape or the materials or even attachment points, but that the number of bridles, that as they were going smaller, they would go from 2 to 3 to 4 bridles to for stability lines. And as you went smaller, you just needed to make that kite a little bit more stable, even though the aspect ratio, like the width to depth of the wing changes as the kites get smaller. But really, those smaller kites need to be under control when it's windy. So it was really cool to see that the number of lines was added as you went to smaller kites.
Yeah, we can see they try to measure the wind, but we can't really read, unfortunately. But the wind is lighter now compared a few minutes ago when they start. It was for sure more than 10, 12 knots, 11 knots. But now the wind dropped a little bit. And as you said, yes, again, about the kite, about the improvement from the previous quad, on the kite design from any kind of brand, any kind of manufacturer has been really interesting. First of all, I wanna say that it doesn't matter the brand. I really like the new color, the colored part, different color that you can recognize competitors, the rider in the water, and I really like all these new graphics that they had in all the new kite design. But you were saying about the bridle. Bridle is one of the most important things. It's like changing the tire and the proper tire on a racing car. You can have a really good engine, a lot of horsepower, but if you have the wrong tire, it doesn't matter. You're not gonna go. You're not gonna go. And
what's that saying about control?
Exactly.
Yeah,
the
speed
power
is nothing without control.
Exactly, which is completely true. And I mean, the kite foil, all of them, they're flying, and they're flying all the time faster than the wind speed.
Right.
And most of the time, they can, on the downwind, they can go 4 times the wind speed when the wind is light, or almost 3 times upwind. Compared to the wind speed, 3 times faster than the wind. And you can imagine how important is all the shape, the bridle, and everything.
And here we have Lily Young, the leader of the women's fleet. She came back from, looked like almost a second row start in that first race to kind of work her way up into the top 5 before that race was abandoned. We talked a bit to Lily yesterday. We had a little interview with her. And if our audience may not know this, but Lily was in contention to be the British representative for women kitefoil racing all the way up until they finished their trials, whenever that was last year in 2024 or just before. And obviously Ellie Aldridge, her training partner, wound up winning the gold medal in that final race of the Olympics in Marseille for Paris 2024. And I talked to her coach Lance yesterday, and he said she was super close. I mean, she was right there with Lily for selection, and then she kept, it's so hard to not get selected for the Olympics and then dedicate so much time to someone else's development, someone else's campaign. Obviously, Lily got a lot out of it, but it was all about Ellie Aldridge the last half of last year, and Lily was the main supporting tuning partner for her. And now Ellie Aldridge has taken a break, and now Lily gets to focus on what she wants to do. And it looks like it's working well for her. She's been leading this this fleet from the very beginning.
Okay, here we are. Back orange flag has been displayed. That means less than 5 minutes to go. Race 14 girl. They will restart, and it seems that the wind is more stable. I mean, looking on how the kites are flying from outside of our booth, which are in a perfect spot here from the terrace, and looking on the screen from everyone that are watching on it, the kites are flying. It seems that the wind is okay, and 4 minutes to go.
What are they looking for, Mirko? I mean, what's the threshold? They're looking for an average over a minute or something like that. Is it 7 knots? It's 8 knots over a minute, and he's just monitoring those numbers?
No, he's keeping an eye on the wind meter, not less than 6 knots. Just to have an eye and to keep monitor the wind, because when he's on the hedge, it's really important to keep an eye on the wind speed. And luckily, the race committee boat has a really nice deck, upper deck, and it's perfect.
Nice, clean,
because
clear air.
Yeah, clear air, and you are, let's say, 2.5 meters above the water, and it's really important.
I don't think the riders can learn maybe too much from, at least strategically on the course, from that first race, because things are changing so quickly. But they may be able to learn if their setup is okay, you know, in terms of the way they set their bridles up, you know, any other tuning that they want to do with their board and their kite. And obviously everyone's on the 15, so maybe they that was the only takeaway from that first race when they were lined up on the start line, that front row. Am I set up right? Do I need to do anything differently? You know, am I in the right mode for the start in this breeze?
But I mean, it's all about all of them, they're really sensitive. And then that means you become more sensitive as much as hour you spend in the water. And then you really understand if the kite answer to the bar. And then obviously there is someone that prefer to have a little bit less power on the back line, or someone prefer to have a more power on the back. Depends how far you keep the control bar far from your body. I mean, there is a really different way to set up. There is not the perfect way for everyone that fit everyone. This is why it's really important to spend time in the water and to train a lot, because we have to remember the kite is really important, but the board and the foot strap and obviously the foil, to keep the foil well clean and you know, and sand it. It's a lot of work.
So many details. And we are inside 2 minutes. Yes, this is day 5, the last day of the qualifying series for the women. Race 14, 1 of 5 races today. Hopefully, 1:30 left. This is the most important day of the regatta here at the 2025 Formula Kite European Championships here in Urla, Turkey, right on this beautiful bay. And yeah, let's see if we can get another one off here. As long as a kite is in the air and they're not going backwards when they tack, we can have some really good racing.
Yeah, exactly. We really hope that the wind is back in and all over the race course. We have to remember that we are running the course on X2 course, so it's a windward-leeward course. So they go Mark 1 all the way downwind to the mark that you can see on the left side of your screen, and then again upwind, again down, second round, and then they go all the way crossing the finish.
Well, let's see if we have our timing right here. 40 seconds to the start on our screen here. It looks like it could be about right, so let's pay attention. We're doing the best we can.
Yeah, it seems that is the correct one, because they are really lined up close by and they are approaching the starting line. Almost like before, when the wind is light, you can see they are pretty far away below the starting line to avoid to be in OCS, so they can dive the kite over the last 3-4 seconds.
Yep, and
and
here
then
we
they
go.
can cross the starting line faster.
3, 2, 1. Okay, we're just a second
Yeah.
off. There we go, and they're off. And just like the last race, actually a couple more riders on port tack. No, maybe just 1 or 2 riders on port tack, but evenly spread across the course. So we have 1 rider on port tack. Who is that? Let's see.
I can tell you is Zoe Boutang, the French. Zoe.
Zoe.
Yeah.
Zoe Boutang.
Yeah.
Okay, so 1 rider going off to the right. Now, everyone else, that was a really even start for everyone. You know, you had a couple second row starts. Now you have 3, 4, 5 riders splitting off onto port tack right now, but kind of leading off that group. Again, maybe 4 riders above Lorian
Eddie.
Nalo and Darren Atakan. So Darren Atakan's in that red kite you can see to the left of your screen. Blue kite, Lorian Nalo in the same exact position she was before. And then Catalina Todienzo in that red kite right below Lorian Nalo. You can see how that wind is just starting to affect her right there. But up on top of that group, you have, let's see, Isabella.
Gisela and Lisa.
Yep.
With the black, yeah.
Lisa Caval with the black kite or the dark purple kite. So right now hey, if you can hold on to starboard for as long as you can, almost no matter what the breeze is shifting to, let the fleet clear out. You're going faster than everyone else. So the longer you can just extend before everyone tacks away, you're doing great. And that's usually about a minute. If you can hang for a minute on starboard and then clear out, you're doing great. And that is what's happened with Lorian Nalo, just tacked over. Now you have the majority of your fleet heading over to the right side of the course. Now, like we saw in that other race, the breeze was really stable and at the first part, and then it really started to fall apart very quickly. So way off to the right side of the fleet. Let's see. Hold on. Our tracker is is not updating. Good. Is Zoe Boutang, who was the first one, she's from France, the first one to go off on port, and she looks really extended. Brianna Whitehead is right there with her, and Darren Asorga from Turkey. So Brianna tacks and Zoe tacks, but these angles are really tough angles. So we can tell it's probably pretty light, probably around like 8 knots of breeze on this course. So it still looks like Zoe, even though our tracker is showing Lisa Caval coming out of the middle of the course with Lorian Nalo and Darren Atakan. It still looks really good coming out of that right side of the course, but it's all about the angles, Mirko.
Yeah, it's all about the angle. And then now it's going to be interesting to see Mark 1, how closer they go to Mark 1 because it's sitting just on the right side of the island. Mm-hmm. It's going to be really interesting how the wind play over there.
Yeah.
It's going to be quite tactical for them.
So the race
to tack on the right spot.
Yeah, and the race is on between Zoe Boutang and Lisa Caval of France. It looks like that group in the middle has just gotten a great little breeze, and they are able to tack in front of Zoe. Brianna Whitehead did not come out of the right side. Great after that. Zoe's the only one to kind of to come out of that right side, and she really committed starting on port tack. But Lisa Caval, Darren Atakan, Lorian Nalo creeping into this top mark. Who do we see getting around first? It looks like Lisa and Darren and Lorian. So there you have it right now, bearing off onto this downwind leg. I have a feeling that they're not going to want to go too far to the right because that's getting underneath the island. So
I mean, they go deeper, so they will go far away from the island. But I guess that there is more wind on this side of the course. They will keep the starboard part side quite long before to jibe.
Gotcha.
We can see the speed on the downwind 26, 25. So the wind is really light because they are not going really fast.
Yeah, look at that. Just beginning the white cap right now, 10 to 12 knots in the gusts. And Zoe Boutang's having her best race of the regatta so far right now. Couldn't come any sooner. And let's see, but Lisa Caval is pretty launched. Lisa had a really tough end of her day yesterday. She hit some debris in the water for the last 3 races that put her back. She was pretty bummed out about it. She said she was going to have a good reset, and it's working out for her right now. She's on port, leading the fleet right now. Darren Atakan jibed earliest of everyone, so we'll see if she can get in a little bit more pressure. But again, Zoe Bouteng is having her best race there. She's in about fourth or fifth right now. But Lily Young is a little bit in the weeds, not too bad, but in 6th place. And Loyan Nalo really wants to secure her spot in the top 2 in the finals. She said she's worried about it. Life's a lot easier, so she's paying attention, and she's ahead of Lily Young right now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, I can tell you. The rain on this kind of weather, like Lisa Caval, they are going really fast. You can see deep and fast.
Yeah, looks
the
perfect.
rain little bit higher than Lisa, but Lisa is she's really able to go faster and quite deep. This is why she's leading. It's going to be interesting to see the crossing and the next jibe between Lorian and Derin. Okay, so Lorian just straight behind Derin Atakan.
Yep, and what does this mean for this is still race, first race of 5 today, but Mafalda de Lima, she is right where she needs to be in 4th place to try to keep in the top 8 right now. She is in 9th place overall going into this race.
Yeah, for sure. If she can keep the 4th place, it will really help to secure her spot on the top 8 at the end of the day. But as you said, it's just the first one of 5. So
Awesome. So there, Mafalda rounded, Zoe just rounded, and behind her, Lily Young. So our regatta leader, who's really close on points with Loyan Nalo, who's sitting in 3rd place overall, sitting in 3rd place in the race right now. If she wants to keep that 1st place, she's got some work to do. We might even see an overall lead switch after this race.
yeah, probably. But again, it's
Early
too
days.
It's too early to make this kind of discussion about the final result. It's really important to see how she's performing, Lisa, with this condition. Remember that she's sitting 7 right now, and if she starts to score bullet,
Yeah, then we're talking.
we are talking.
Yep. But, if we're seeing the same people in the top 10 overall in the top 10 right now,
Yeah.
the only changes you're going to see is if someone who's right next to them, next to each other in the overall scores, have a lot of daylight between them, a lot of riders in between them in each race. So like you said, there's a lot left to go here, but this breeze, they're making it look easy right now, Mirko. The breeze looks relatively stable on the water. If you look at it on the water, you can't tell if there's any big holes or not on the water, but that downwind, that was pretty high performance, 25 knots, sailing pretty deep, really good velocity, made good VMG, and we see some whitecaps as well. So that's Loyan Nalo and Lisa Caval.
Yeah. Just a note is Isabella Satrian, the Polish one, which is sitting actually on 3rd. She's quite back and just on the top 10, probably 9 or 10. Usually in these kind of conditions, she's quite fast.
Yeah, she was up there in that race that got abandoned, and now she's, it doesn't take much in this, does it? We saw right off the starting line that a little bit of bad breeze can really hurt you. That was with Loyan Nalo on top of Darren. She got pushed back just a little bit. But here we go. Lisa Caval ripping into the 2nd windward mark. You'll see her tacking pretty soon here. There she goes. And then right behind her, Darren Atakan, who, like you said, she's really shining in these conditions. Hey, she shined in 20 to 25 at the beginning of the week.
Yeah.
So not a bad range for that rider from Turkey.
Yeah, it's almost the own spot of the ring.
It is.
Yeah, I remember the first time, it was 2021 when we come here and we started helping the program with Derin and the other Derin. She was really start thinking about the dream, and looking now that she's ripping and try to get a podium into the Formula Kite European is really amazing. I'm really happy for her. She did a really an hard job, I would say, a lot of training.
Nice. That was Mafalda that just rounded, and that top three is pretty launch, and Mafalda has a pretty good gap too, sitting in 4th place. But Lily Young has picked up a place, is in 5th place right now. She passed Zoe. Brianna Whitehead is still right behind Zoe. So that top three, obviously, the rich get richer in a lot of these kind of conditions. Clear air, open water, downwind. Lisa Cavallo looks like she's extending her lead a little bit, but looks like Darren, was able to get into 2nd place and extend a little bit on Lorianne as well. But we'll see how this downwind race goes. That's Lorianne Nalo right there in open water. I think we can't get Darren on this screen, but perfect example. If you look at the waves, those shadows going across, and Lorianne's almost hitting those at a 90-degree angle, which means she's sailing pretty deep, meaning a lot of apparent wind going forward, doing, almost 30 knots.
Yeah.
Not bad, not bad.
On probably we have an average of 8 knots right now. Being on the downwind close to 30 is quite a really...
it's awesome.
Yeah,
and here are our leaders. Lisa Caval coming in. She's going to jibe right in front of Darren Atakan. Darren really putting on a class act right now, working her way through the fleet into 2nd place. But Caval really coming back. God, that must feel good for her. Coming back from a real tough day yesterday. I mean, she had an 8:10.5 yesterday. 5 not so bad, but those races she was in the top 3. So she must be really happy with that. But local hero, Darren Atakan, really coming in hot in 2nd place. There goes Lisa Caval on the reach to the finish. Let's see how fast she's going. Is she picking up any more speed there? But that must feel really good for the French rider. I think she was the Formula Kite Youth World Champion, female world champion in the fall. So she's excellent. This is a senior championship now, and she's in the top 10. That 1st place finish is definitely helping her cause. And same thing with Darren Atakan. They're kind of like, that group is kind of stuck in that like 4, 5, 6 position there in the fleet right now, which is pretty safe to get into the medal series.
Yeah, I would say, okay, they're crossing the finish line. Is going to be really important for Lisa Caval. Great result. Derin, for sure, it will gain some point. And Lorianne, she's crossing the finish line in front of Lily Young. So at the end, it was a 3-point difference between Lily and Lorianne. So, and then now we are ready for a quick break before we go into the men.
Race series for champions.
All right, we are back, and we are going to be going straight to the men's Gold Fleet. What race are we going to be, Mirko? We're going to be Gold Fleet race number 5.
Final 5.
Yep, yeah. Final 5. And here we are. We are right into it. 2 minutes to go. They're sailing on the same race course as the women, except they are on 21-meter kites, just like our good friends Axel and Benny explained to us these kite sizes and differences. I'm guessing that the men are all on 21s here. And
yeah, the men, they will be all on 21.
Yep. And I wasn't able to get on the water earlier this week, but Riccardo Pianosi had basically all firsts. So it's going to be exciting to get some footage of him from the air, from the water, to watch him hammering away. But, between Cameron Marimanidis and Max Mader, Max cannot drop another race. He kind of sailed all his throwouts. Cameron is pretty good. He has like a 5 and a 6 to throw out. So if Max is the most pressure, I think, is on Max. Cameron can phone it in 1 or 2 of these 4 races and still have a throwout, but Max can't afford another throwout to get into the top 2 and get that easy ride into the finals.
Yeah, the good thing of Max is really strong about the mindset, and I guess that he really know that he can't afford any mistake. He will do his best. He's a racing machine guy, so he know how to handle. And for sure, Cameron just proved during the week the consistency. It's going to be interesting. So less than 30 seconds now to the start of Gold 5 for the men, and they are all on 21. It seems that they are all lined up on starboard.
Yep, so far, unless someone's way out of the picture here, but I think they're all being pretty conservative here on starboard. Let's see if they're even across it looks like they're going to be a pretty even spread across the line. Here they are, 8 seconds left in the men's fleet, Gold Fleet Race 5. All is on the line here to get into the medal series. Here we go. 2, 1, and they're off.
Yep.
Nice. Everybody, one port tacker. Everybody else on starboard. Let's find out who that is.
Let's see if it was a general recall. General recall.
Okay, cool. All right, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, after all that waiting, everyone's a little anxious, but pretty even across the line. Mirko, that looks pretty darn powered up to me.
That was a really an interesting call from the race director. Let's see. It's written general recall, but it seems that they continue to go forward.
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe they didn't get the message yet, but also, what happens on a general recall? Even if you know it's a general recall, it gives you an opportunity.
Let's see if we see the flag.
Okay, well, they're definitely. The sailors are playing it through, but there's the flag. Perfect. Okay. But, like I said, sometimes even if you know, that gives you an opportunity to kind of test, right? You don't get too many opportunities to line up with a group of people right before the start because everyone's doing their own thing. We're going to get our tracker working here, Mirko and I, but they are going to reload this race, toot sweet, and get it going. I think, we can take a little bit of break while they rejigger this. All right, we are back on the course here. They are readjusting. I don't think they may be readjusting the line a little bit, or maybe everyone was just a little bit anxious. Just a bit of waiting around today. Obviously, after the end of yesterday, where a bunch of people lost places by dropping their kites, big groups at the leeward mark, a little bit of anxiety coming into a moderate wind day. But hey, that looked like a beautiful start to me. But maybe that whole row was just a little bit over.
I would say we start with an abandon race for the girl, a general recall for the gold. It's not going to be an easy task to manage for the race committee and all the mark layer because the wind doesn't play the right ball, I would say. But is what it is. They will handle, and at some point, if the wind will play better and be more stable, then we will go straight forward with all the race back to back. So next started will be again Gold 5.
Yep, awesome. And if that women's race was any indication, it's really good sailing out there. And that start looked beautiful. Now they are on their 21 meter. I don't think there's anyone that's on a 15 out there.
In the men.
What's that?
In the men.
In the men, yep.
No, in the men, they are all on 21.
Yep, perfect. Now, something interesting happened. I don't know if you heard this before you came over here, Mirko, but yesterday, or was it yesterday or 2 days ago, Max got in a tangle on a start, had to not race that race with his 21-meter kite, and they couldn't get the knots of the bridles undone in enough time, so he had to race that last race of the day, with a 15. And he raced that race with a 15, and he won it. And it was, not far off these conditions. 12, 15. And that was pretty interesting. He said he was surprised, and I asked Daniel, their bosun, the guy who helps take care of their equipment, and he said, we never purposely compared the wings.
That's the girl.
Okay, that's a girl's kite. Yeah, so it was really cool to see, the range of that 15, even in the men's fleet. But here we are. We never purposely compared the wings. Yeah.
7, 8, 6, 7, 8 knots. We can see the flag doesn't move really quick. Okay, yellow flag, as I was saying. Warning display, less than 3 minutes to the start. They start to warm up and keep checking the starting line. This is why you can see most of the kite come close to the pin or close to the race committee to cross the starting line and to see how is the angle and make the decision if go starboard or on port, and if to keep a little bit longer the left side of the course or the right side of the course. But we have to remember that on the left side of the course it seems there is more wind, but there is also the island, so the island will not allow you to go too close to the island, so tacking then is a kind of a mandatory area to go to the other side at some point.
Well, let's remember, we are in the last day of the final series. This is the final qualifying day. 4 races, the first of 4 races. We just got inside 2 minutes for the men. This will determine the top 8, but also what we've been talking about, that second place that really seems like the big place that's up for grab, because unless something major happens, Riccardo Pianosi is off to market in first place. It'll be awesome to watch this unfold. But Cameron Marimonides in second overall, and Max Mader. Max, a lot to lose, to get that second place. You have a lot more racing to do if you don't get second. Second goes right into the finals without a bullet like the first place does, but still, that's a pretty easy path.
No, it's a really a good advantage anyway to sit on the grand final and to wait that the other one, they have to do one more race compared to you. So you can be not only physically, but mentally, you are sitting on the grand final. Obvious, there is the chance that you end up out of the podium, but this is the game. Yeah,
and there also is that discussion about, like, if you're waiting around while someone are sharpening their skills during the series. So we are inside 1 minute. Gold Fleet race 5 for the men. First race of the day. A lot at stake. There's a bunch of riders that really can either make it or break it today to get into the top 8. Sitting on 8th overall is Axel Mazzella. We got 34 seconds. And yeah, first Gold Fleet race of the day for the men. That first was a general recall. Here they all lining up on starboard again. Is there someone lurking on port like there was before? They're probably way out of our screen right now. 20 seconds left.
We have a couple of that they go on port and probably pass because they are really compact pass behind the entire fleet, but to keep the right side of the course.
Remember, there was a general. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, Martin Dolenk and Benoit Gomez and Cameron is one of the 3. You can see the blue lycra, then clear start from the race committee, which is a good news.
Yeah, awesome.
So the race is open now. So the 3 guys on the higher part of the screen, Cameron, Benoit, and Martin Dolenk, which it will be really interesting. Then Jan Voster and Janis Maus, also they just had an early tack to jump into the right side of the course. So probably rather they see something coming a little bit from the windward part, so some more wind, some gust on the right side of the course, but it's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
We have quite a big spread.
Yeah, massive split here compared to that women's race and even the start of the abandoned start of the last race of the men's. But let's see who's on what side. We're really looking at the Marimonides Mater kind of split here. Obviously, we've got Benoit Gomez, looks like at least on the trackers, leading the fleet. He won the last race yesterday. He was able to take a race off Riccardo Pianosi. And where is Pianosi?
I was just trying to figure out, because he's in the middle of the pack, like 14 or 15. But again, it's exactly on the middle, the center of the course. He tack halfway to the starboard leg. So it's going to be interesting. Again, that means that the wind is switching quite hard. This is why every single tack you can lose a lot or gain a lot.
Yep.
So.
And now we can see that it's starting to show up why that group went to the right side of the course. Marimonides was in that pack of port tackers, I think.
Yeah.
He was mixed with them. But you see why they went over there. Even though the tacking angles aren't great, the top 4 riders coming out of the right side of the course look like they're crossing the rest of the fleet. Some of the riders in the middle of the course didn't want to deal with that, so they tacked underneath them. But right now, the right side of the course is winning. That group that went over there, that early group of port tackers, that easily was the right move right now. And let's see how they played at the top of the course. Who's in that mix? We got Maus from Germany. We got Benoit Gomez from France, really on top of the fleet from that right side of the course. But Maus, Yannis Maus.
Yeah, but you can see now Maus is leading that group on starboard, on the ley line on the right side of the course. But let's see if the wind keep the right angle to allow them to round the mark. It seems yes. So
we've got some
Yannis
people
Maus,
just under the ley line there. Let's see if they get up, and that's going to make a huge
Martin Doling
difference.
was the first one crossing the starting line on port, leading that group that went to the right side.
Perfect.
And Jan Stragiotti, the Swiss, straight, also on the rounding mark.
Fantastic.
Then Pianosi, quite a good move from 14, 15 to 6.
Yeah, we saw him. He was just underneath that ley line. He had just enough speed to kind of, did you see him lift up his foil, make sure he was clear of the anchor line for that mark? And that was the move. He kind of cut the corner on probably like 4 or 5 riders. Excellent job by Pianosi.
Exactly, and you can see now they are playing exactly the same thing. Some of them, they just do an early jibe and keep the other side of the course, which probably there is more wind to allow them to be deep and faster.
Yeah.
You can see the one that jibe earlier, they are really close to 30 knots, 29, 28, 30 knots. And the one more downwind, they are 26, 27. Probably also the angle of the wind is a little bit different. It's going to be interesting now on next mark rounding.
But it's awesome to see Gian Stragiotti, always kind of, he was a youth, rode in the youth championships. He's pretty young, but he's riding really well right now. It's nice to see the Swiss sailor picking up pace. But right now, Yannis Maus from Germany has a really fantastic lead right now. And actually, these speeds aren't a ton different than the women riders, in the earlier race that were under 15, with 15-meter kites. We don't know the exact wind pressure, but anyway, Lucas Fonseca from Brazil, still in third, right behind Gian, in a really strong position. But that whole group that jibed early is coming their way now. Almost everyone is on starboard jibe, coming into the ley line. Lucas Fonseca hasn't been having a great regatta. His Bruno, his teammate, is solidly in the middle of the top 10. But Lucas, it's great to see a Brazilian up there in the top 5. He's in third place right now. And Yannis Maus's teammate, Jan Voster, actually in fourth place, it shows here, is hanging in. So good job for the Germans in the top 5 right now. Benoit Gomez rounding out the top 5, Max Mader in 6th. And where is Marimonides? Where's our Greek guy?
He must do some mistake during the tacking on the right side of the course, because it was together with Benoit and Martin Dolenk and Yanis Maus as well, but I don't see anymore. Probably he just make a mistake.
Yep. Some good shots here of the fleet going upwind, and it is now we have again most of the fleet. They didn't stay on starboard for very long. Most of the fleet back on port tack. What do you think that is, Mirko? I don't think there's a steady shift because it's kind of light for that. I think like a geographic shift. It seems like there might be more breeze up top right.
I think it's a kind of a jeopardy of the wind.
A geoparting, maybe because of that island.
Different thing, exactly. Not only by the island, but you can see there is a different tactics, and they play more with the gust, with the puff. If they can see it, the wind is light, so every single alpha knot that you can gain, obviously you're going to catch it, and it's really important.
Beautiful shots here. Here's the group that's kind of off to the left. What's not in this shot further to the right is Riccardo Pianosi, who has been moving his way up through the fleet from around 10th and now into around like 5th. And actually, here's the thing. His teammate, Lorenzo Boschetti, said yesterday, Riccardo is the fastest guy in the fleet, period. They just gave him a lot of space, and he's ripping out to the right side of the course. That might be the space that he needs to get right back up into the top 3. He just tacked right now. He's not making it ahead of Max Mader. He's going behind Max Mader, but he's now right up into the mix, and so is Max right now into the top 5.
Yeah, this kind of lineup, if they're gonna stay like this until the end, it will mix it up a little bit the result, because we have Maus and Stragiotti, which yesterday he got quite a good result. And
so who do we have coming in here? Is that Yannis to Leeward, just about to bear off, and then Gian Stragiotti with the red helmet.
Yeah.
Here they go. Pressing. Easy, right into a big bearway. That's your 1-2 right now. Yannis Maus, Gian Stragiotti. All right, Jan Voster from Germany up to 3rd. Wow.
Yeah, and Benoit,
2/3 of the top
Gomez
3.
on 4th.
And then Benoit Gomez right back into it. Max Mader right there with him. And Riccardo Pianosi. Let's see if he can get around that mark. Still holding on to 6th place. Look at those two. Going downwind, hammering. What are those speeds? They're not going as fast as I thought they would, but hey, why not? Okay, so who jibes first? Let's see who jibes first.
Yeah, Pianosi and Mader and Benoit Gomez, they are all the 3.
Okay, cool.
Beside then, Pianosi went an early jibe.
Yes.
Going to the left, try to be deeper and gain. For sure, he will try to overtake Mader and Gomez.
What's the Mirko? What's the kind of the trade-off of going too deep? Can there be a real major?
No, the problem is obvious. You need to
Meaning
be
too
as deep
closer
as
to the
you
mark.
can, but at some point it will start decreasing the speed quite a lot. So it's in terms of the best VMG.
Cool.
You have to realize which is the best speed that you can have with the perfect angle, as deep as you can.
Cool.
Usually you feel it.
Okay, well, I have a little prediction here. As I see Yannis Maus kind of getting lifted and Riccardo Pianosi kind of hammering just a little bit lower than everyone else in that group to leeward of him. I have a prediction that you give Pianosi a little bit of space and he's going to take it. And I think they're giving him
But with
a lot
kind of
space.
conditions, Stragiotti is really fast, I can tell you.
Yeah.
They are not catching him.
You don't think so? Okay, well, yeah, definitely Stragiotti has kind of stretched out a little bit on this leg. He was able to go lower than the group right above him. Then we have Yannis Maus, Jan Voster, and then Max Mader and Benoit coming right in there. Benoit was in 3rd for a little while there. And there is, let's see, Riccardo Pianosi just below Max Mader.
Yeah.
So what that means here is Max kind of jibed, maybe Max jibed right on the right angle. Pianosi has a little bit of a tighter angle coming into that first leeward mark. And this is is this the top 2?
Yeah, no, this is Jan Voster and Yannick Maus.
Yannick Maus,
They
yeah.
have to do another jibe because
Right.
otherwise, yeah, Jan
And
Stragiotti is
Stragiotti
just,
right
yeah.
into first place. Fantastic.
And Max now just behind is pumping.
Yeah. And right
then,
now, the
and
way
then
we see
Pianozzi,
is in second place.
went, yeah. No, I told you, Pianozzi went all the way an early
Jibed early.
jibe,
Yeah.
went quite deep, and then do an early jibe again and try to be as deep as possible, and he gained it.
Yep. And we can look back at the rest of this fleet, the way the top five is working out. Jan Voster, still hanging on to fourth. Max Mader still holding on to fifth. Benoit slipping to sixth place. But the story of this leg has been Ricky Pianozzi.
You see how many overtakes has been in this race.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
And it's not just Riccardo Pianozzi overtaking people. Jan Voster, Yannis Maus halfway up that first beat. A lot of passing lanes in this race. It looks really steady from this drone shot that you guys can see here, but man, there were a ton of passing lanes. So here we have the finishing order: Stragiotti, Pianozzi, Yannis Maus, Jan Voster, Max Mader. Putting some space on Cameron Marimonides. Where is our Greek legend, Marimonides?
Yeah, I think it's
19th place at least right now on the tracker.
He had for sure some issue.
Yep. So let's recap here. This gives us a little bit of moment. Maybe let's take a little break. Let's get our act together, and then we can go. All right, we are back. So there's going to be the men's silver fleet going on right now, but that gives us a moment to talk and do a recap and analysis of the women's series, the previous race, and the men's gold fleet race 5. So let's go back. Let's kind of like pull up our results here for the women in race, what was that, race 14, women's race 14. They are racing as a full fleet. Lily Young is still in first place. Lauriane Nalot just sending it on that race, putting a couple points, and just came to within 1 point of Lily Young. Isabella Satrian kind of moving her way up in there. Darren Atakan kind of holding position. But let's look down in that 8th, 9th. Of course, Mafalda, after that 4th place, just popped her way up into that really strong position. Same thing with Brianna Whitehead. And then Annalise Lammertz just trying to stay in touch there. But yeah, it's close between 8th and 9th. 1 point. It was kind of like a flip-flop. Right?
Yes, but the same flip-flop, it can be played from the first and the second, because sitting on first, you gain the match point, the bullet.
Right. So exactly. So, but let's look at what's at stake here. Pretty clear between Lily Young and Lauriane Nalot for first and second. Isabella, it seems a little out of reach for that straight shot into the finals. But if we look at 8th and 9th, 7th even, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th.
Yeah, it's 8, 9 point. It can change.
Yeah. Catalina, Lisa Caval.
But the cutoff between Mafalda and Brianna is really interesting on 1 point. So who is going to be in front at the end of the day? It will play tomorrow. Otherwise, no.
Absolutely. A little bit of kind of a mini heartbreak for Annalise Lammertz there, our Olympian. From 2024, Olympic medalist. She is a little bit out of reach there, too, for getting into that. But yes, 6, 7, and certainly 8 and 9, that's the story to watch. Mafalda just flip-flopped with Brianna, got ahead of her, 1 point between them, couldn't be any tighter to get into the medal series.
And you can see it's going to be, as we said, really important to gain 1 point every single race, because at the end of the day, it's 1 point that make the difference.
Yeah, it's
So-
really
so when
interesting
they-
here.
So when they start this morning between Lily Yang and Lorian, they had a 3 point difference, and now only 1 point difference. So again, she had she gained just 1 point.
Right.
2 points different now.
2
and
points
then
different now.
and then Derin, she started to be on 6, and now just jump on 5th again. So it's really important. I mean, every single race count and every single point count.
Fantastic.
That's really important.
Yeah,
But
it's been.
but we saw one of the things that we have to say. We saw the condition are really challenging.
Yeah,
The wind
absolutely.
is light. It's marginal plus, let's say between 6 to 8, probably sometime 9 knots. Super shifty. Is the right side and the left side of the course is not the same. They are tacking over the 2 laps on different spot, rather in the upwind and on the downwind. That means they have to spot on the right moment and the right wind flow to gain. We just saw Pianosi really not a good start. After the first tack, it was on the tracking center of the pack, like 15, 14, and he ended up on second. He never give up until the finish line. And we saw Cameron just crossing the starting line on port together with 2 of the one that they were on the top 4 at the end. So it was a good course also to go on the right, but probably Cameron make a mistake. And luckily, what we said this morning is Cameron, he can make some more mistake because allowed him to do more mistake, but he's starting with a mistake that is not a good, isn't a good
Exactly.
start. So
He's using up a little bit of his buffer.
yes, exactly.
What we're going to be doing here, again, this is day 5. This is the last day of qualifying. By the end of today, we are going to find out who is going to be in the medal series for men and women. We've been explaining to everyone and analyzing along with you while we watch these races live, you know, who's really on the bubble here to get in, who's on the bubble to get into the top 2. But we also talked about the kites that they were using. We are at the bottom end of the wind range for these kite fall racers. The men are using their biggest kite, the 21. The women are using their biggest kite, the 15. So let's learn a little bit more about how that kind of rule change is affecting the women after the Paris Games, now that the biggest kite that they have is 15, and we are at the bottom end of that wind range with Annalise and Lorianne.
Yeah, now they are proving that the rule change.
For the Olympic campaign for 2028, the kite size changed for the women. We switched from 4 sizes to 3. So now we're using the 9, the 11 and the 15.
At the moment, we're not completely sure how it's going to affect us. I think it will definitely bring the maximum weight down.
For me, it was quite complicated because I was really worried about like how I was going to train and how it will look during the races, because for sure when the guys are going to use bigger kite, they're going to be faster than the girls, and I want the girls to be as fast as the guys.
I mean, last campaign we were using the same gear as the boys, so that was basically the heavier the better. And of course it still depends on certain conditions, but it will still play a big part, even with the 15.
Anyway, I had to take a break because I broke my ankle, so during 6 months I was a bit off of the tracks. But yeah, it's good because it gave me time to adapt. And actually it's quite interesting because like we saw the body type for the girls change a little bit, so it's interesting. We have to be a bit more explosive, I think, a bit lighter.
Every year that we had to be a little bit heavier. I went from being 60 kilos all the way up to 75 at the Olympics, and I'm really proud I was able to do it. But the first thing I wanted to do after Olympics was to lose some weight, feel more comfortable in my own skin again. Yeah, let's see what happens. Probably have to build some muscle again. Hopefully that's going to play an important role as well in this 3-year campaign that's coming up.
All right, that was fantastic. You know, it's really great to see, you know, the different perspectives on this. One thing we do know from that video and from talking to the women and men riders, but certainly for the women riders, that that there's still a lot of understanding. There's still a lot to come out in the wash in terms of understanding the effect of having a shrinking, limiting the maximum size of your kite from 21 to 15 for the women's fleet. It's not just about weight, but that was one of the driving concerns. But also these designs, like we were saying before, have a huge range. It was nice to hear Annalise Lammerts. She's an Olympic medalist. She's coming into this regatta. She definitely lost some weight after the games because she said I needed to be heavier to be more competitive, and she wanted to do what it took, and she won a gold medal. But she also said she wanted to feel better in her own skin, and she's waiting. This is just a test for her, this regatta. She's waiting to see how this kite change affects the fleet and how people react to it before she commits to completing this campaign or keeping moving forward in this campaign, but also deciding how she wants to handle her physique and her strength and her training. And same thing with Lorianne.
Yeah, they keep training now, and they're working more on their body, taking more muscle. They have more time, and they know how to deal with. So they know after the experience of the previous cycle. Let's see if we have some other result to talk about. I don't know if they are ready yet.
Yeah, in the men's fleet. Here we go.
Here we go.
All right, let's see what happened here in these numbers. And we look at the numbers here. Our main focus, obviously, Ricardo got second, not far off his normal score line. He is really extending his lead right now. But Cameron Marimonides 19th in that race. So that's 5 points between him and Max Mader right now in that race for second place. So it's closer. It's closer, but like you said, Cameron has still, he's just dropping a 6, and then he'll drop a 5. He dropped a 19. But Max Mader, 5th place, he cannot drop any more races.
No, let's hope that he doesn't make any more mistake and he can keep his consistency that he had all over the week.
I'm really impressed with Benoit Gomez. I met him last year when we were in Sardinia. He was on our media team. We made some really fantastic explainer videos, and it's really great to see the Frenchman who works with Element Kites. Cameron Marimonides rides Element Kites too. Those new kite for this cycle, a new brand allowed for the Olympic equipment. So that's really great to see Benoit up there with the Element Kites. We are just under 3 minutes. We are going to be racing the women's race 15. Fantastic. Well, let's see how this goes. Let's hope we have still this nice steady conditions. Like Mirko said, it's a little bit up and down, but we are rolling with the last day of qualifiers. We are seeing some changes, just a tightening of the fleet at the corners, right? A tightening of the fleet at the top of the fleet in the women between Lily Young and Lorianne Nalot, and a tightening at that bubble in 8th and 9th place with Mafalda Perez de Lima and Brianna Whitehead. Mafalda's leading that charge in 8th place right now. Brianna Whitehead in 9th place. So we are coming up to the 2-minute mark. The breeze looks about the same to me. Everyone has their 15-meter kites on. And man, it just seems like, just looking at that men's race, this women's race, it's those choices that they make on that first beat. Ricardo was the only one to make like a big change, a big improvement in his placing, and there were small switches back and forth. Same thing in the women's, small place changes back and forth. So let's see how this works. We're inside at 2 minutes right now. The breeze looks just great, probably like 10 to 12 knots. Everyone on their 15-meter kites. We're going to get our...
I think we are not that... it's not that windy, but...
You don't think so? Look, maybe it's the sunlight on it, but when we were watching that group of Silver Fleet men race upwind there in that last shot, they look pretty powered up.
Probably, yes, 8, 9. But it's good, The important is we need to have wind, and it seems that everyone is flying the kite. We had the drone shot coming to the race course from pretty high, and probably some of you spot how patches it is and how the gusts are more on the right side of the starting line. So let's see, we are within a 4-5 second left for the start. doesn't seem that they are not aligned. I don't know. Probably.
Yeah, we just have one person right above the committee boat.
Yeah.
Probably a little bit late to the start there from checking
Yeah.
out the wind, but we are right on time here. 24 seconds to the
20
start.
second, yeah.
Women's race 15. Yep, there they are lining up. Let's see who is where. We've probably got about 3 or 4 port tackers getting ready to go head to head. The port tack is super scary when you're doing 20, 25 knots upwind, but here we go. Fleet pretty spread out. About 4 port tackers getting ready to line up there. There you have Lily Young right at the top, a couple down from the boat, and they're off. Clear start, absolutely fantastic. Actually, one of the closest starts that we've seen of the other 2 races this morning. And who do we have off there at the pin? Obviously, we have Darren Attican, a couple boats up from the pin. And right now, the course is looking super puffy, actually. So we're going to see who's lined up best. I bet you it's going to come out to be on a race course like this when we look upwind that...
Lorion with the blue in the center of
yeah,
the screen.
Laura Nolo actually started a little bit further up, right in the middle of the line. She's normally been starting about a third up from the pin. And now here she is, totally clear air, lots of room ahead of her. Who do we have getting ready to attack? She goes right into attack. And watch out, okay, so someone just tacked with her. So that fleet is splitting, heading off to the right, but who is that right above her?
Darren.
Darren Attican. I'm asking these questions because I'm trying to look at your tracker. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So like in the men's fleet, a big switch over to port tack as soon as possible. About a third of the fleet, soon to be half the fleet's going to be on port tack, heading to the right side of the course. And like you were saying, what did you call that? Like I would call it like some geographic situation with the wind around that island. But a lot of the fleet on port tack, and it's really a drag race off to the right now.
Yeah, I mean, the wind had quite an important shift, and then they went. I mean, they decided to have a quick tack and to go straight forward to the right side of the course. And probably because there is, as we said, more gas on the right side. We see one kite in the water over there. Hopefully it doesn't affect. Now they have to cross all the course to hit the right side of the course and then cross the ley line and being able to round mark 1. So far, we have Darren and Lily Yang and Nolo. They are the 3 that you can see on the center right of your screen. And the one all the way below are Magdalena Wojciechowska and Isabella Satrian.
Now we have one of the biggest splits we've seen in terms of distance between the people furthest on the right and furthest on the left. Brianna Whitehead and Annalise Lammerts are far left, and let's see who kind of wins this race between the right and the left. There's a really big split here right now. Lorianne Nolo seems like she's doing great. She's been playing the middle of the course really well today.
Yeah. Yes, he's tried to play, let's say, not safe, but to keep an eye on the angle and to keep the speed, and as much as he can being clear.
Yep.
Clear. So she's pumping a lot to avoid any possible tack too close to the mark, and so she's pumping a lot to gain more upwind, and then she just I can tell you, and when you arrive just in this speed and pumping too much close to the mark, there is a risk that the kite goes in the outside of the window and she just stopped. But at least it's way better what she did instead of doing a tack and tack.
Yep, so she gets around the mark.
Yeah.
Lily Young, who she's been chasing down all week, just past her, is in first. And then Gisela Polito and Annalise Lammerts, who also came out of the left with Brianna Whitehead. So that is a great little pack there. Everyone is stacked here. If Lorianne made that mark, she would have been clear ahead, but now she left this tight pack in the top 5, and everyone's on top of each other. It's really that group from the left and right, the top 3 from each, converged at that weather mark right at the same time, and everyone is still on starboard jibe.
I would say she play really well to keep the kite lower for the one beside, and she just had an eye backward. She just lifted up the kite and dive, and she start quickly.
She was lucky, you're
was
saying.
really a good move for all the girl. I would say well done, because it could be a really big mess.
Yeah,
around the mark.
absolutely. And I was watching that as she picked her kite up the first time to get some power in it.
Yeah.
That's right when Lily Young went right across, and I thought their kites were going to cross at that moment. But great comeback by Lauriane Nalot, who was in first place around that weather mark and crashed around the mark. Lily Young gets in the first place, but I think we actually see Nalot, who got on the inside of Young, in a nice puff of breeze right on top. There you can see her trying. You see in the yellow, that's Lily Young, and there's Lauriane.
Yeah.
Jibes inside the group and then hammering down in this puff. We saw those puffs from the drone shot earlier in this race, and if you can hook into one of those, major difference in speed. A couple knots, 4 knots, 5 knots difference.
Yeah, she's for sure super quick. Lauriane, she's pushing a lot, and Annelise Lammert as well. She's back in this race on the top, on the front row. Brianna and Annelise, really great.
Yeah, and we saw that,
great
about
position so far.
Okay, so here they go. Jibe for the ley line for the leeward mark. Lily Young first, then Lauriane Nalot right behind her. And Annalise Lammerts. No, it's Brianna Whitehead right there. But look at how tight this pack is. Now, this is interesting. Some people wait just a little bit longer to have a hotter angle or a tighter angle, tighter reach coming
But
into that
she's
leeward mark.
They're in first. They're in first, and then Lauriane straight behind.
Darren. Okay,
Yeah,
so.
yeah, red kite, she's there in 100%.
Yep. So, okay. So we don't have her on the tracker, but she just, there we go. Okay. Perfect. So Darren Atakan, Lauriane Nalot, and where did Lily go?
And then Annelise, and then Lily Young,
So
and Brianna.
as I was busy trying to explain, how people took 3 different lines coming into that leeward mark, there were a lot of changes at that leeward mark. Really congested, and out on top is Darren Atakan, Lauriane Nalot, Lily Young, all mixed in there with Annelise Lammerts from the Netherlands. And let's see how this fleet spreads out. Very clear. Lauriane Nalot out to the right. Looks like she's definitely getting into the lead. We're kind of losing, so we should just look at the track here. Darren Atakan easily ahead of Lauriane Nalot. Nalot, we've been watching her. She's been playing right up the middle of the course. She must be really confident in her tacking. She's on Tubanga foils this year. She just started training in January after an injury right after the Olympic Games, just jumping on a trampoline and busting her ankle. She's just been finding her feet, excuse the pun, with that new Tubanga foil. So you see her here. I think that's her. Lauriane ripping up wind, tacking yet again. So she sometimes just wants her own space, right? She wants to just clear the air. She's wearing the blue bib. She's in second place, and really starting to get used to that new Tubanga foil. But let's see. She left Darren Atakan on the right side of the course. That's going to be very telling when the two meet. So let's see what happens. Annelise Lammerts is right there in the red kite, right below Lauriane Nalot. All right, is that Darren?
Yeah, Lauriane, she's
So Darren,
she already tacked.
yep. So I think we can guess that that's probably like 10 meters or more of a gain on Darren Atakan out of the right side of the course. Darren tacks on top of Lauriane Nalot. It's a tacking duel. Lauriane Nalot tacks away. She just wants to keep trying that left side of the course. Beautiful course management by Darren Atakan right now. Look at how she has everyone perfectly in her sights.
Yeah, looks really strange. You can see also the right side of the course. It seems the wind is way lighter. I don't understand why they go that far from the ley line, and we can see on the right side we can see some kite lay on the water. So it's gonna be really important now.
Awesome. Here we are coming up win in.
This is Isabella on the red.
Yep, Isabella Satrian from Poland. Wow, she's been really having a great regatta. Here she is going into attack. Beautiful smooth tack. Coming into the weather mark. And yeah, we had a really great interview with her earlier in the week.
Change all. Did you see the couple of tack close to the windward mark? The wind was shifting a little bit, and then they change. You know, all the leader.
Yeah, so let's look at that.
Yeah.
Do we, if we trust that, looking at if Nalo got to the left side of Darren Attican, she looked like she was in such good.
Yeah, now with
good
Julia,
position.
Julia leading the
Damashevitz.
and Isabella. Yeah, Julia Damashevitz.
Wow. So that was a group that probably just got a little bit out to the left or to the right.
Yeah, they were all the way to the right.
Okay, so got out to the right of Darren Attican and Lorian Nalo. So yeah, Julia Damashevitz, Isabella Satrian from Poland, both from Poland.
Yeah.
And Gisela Pulido. So wow, what a big change up.
And then Darin.
Yep, and then Darren Attican is the only one to kind of hang on to that top group. Got a lot of changes. We have lose a little bit of visibility in our camera angles and stuff on the top of that course, and then things change so quickly.
Yes, exactly.
So here we are. Darren chasing down.
No, this was the two Polish.
Okay.
This
I got you.
Polish on the front.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's Julia Damashevitz and Isabella Satrian.
Yep, fantastic. Leading the race. Man, a lot went on at the top of that course. And just like that leeward mark, it was the same kind of change-up. People took 4 different angles jibing into that leeward mark, and it flipped the fleet almost, you know? I mean, Lorian Nalo came out of it, but Lily Young got squeezed out and continues to get squeezed out with that group that was on the far right side of the course.
Yeah, again, they just follow the gas, and having the gas behind allowed you to go deeper and faster. And I mean, we all know that the Polish, they are really good in this kind of condition. Now the two synchronized jibing.
Yep, coming in.
The last jibe before to rounding for the last time the mark.
Wow, things were so tight at that first leeward mark, and then at that second top mark, so tight, big changes, and now things are really spread out. So Julia Damashevitz from Poland, not out of nowhere, but they were off our radar screen on the right side of the course on that second beat, and here she is with. Let's see, with Isabella Satrian, also of Poland. What an awesome finish for the Polish team. Julia hasn't been featuring that much at this regatta, and she comes in and she wins race 15. Isabella has been playing around in that top 3 all week long, and this does a lot for her going forward. Then we have Gisela Pulido, just been lurking.
We have Darin first. Darin Atacan third, and then Gisela Pulido and Lisa Caval and Lorian Nalo.
Okay, gotcha. I didn't see that through there.
Yeah, because it wasn't shown the tracker, but
okay,
she was definitely here.
Great. Okay, well, good eyes, Mirko. Darren was the only one really who was hanging in that top 3 in the first half of the race that survived.
Yeah. She played well. She played well.
Let's see, Lisa Caval was also able to get up into there. Lorian Nalo tried to hang on there, but she's 1 more point or 2 more points on Lily Young. They must be tied, something like that, going into that. But they are in a pretty good position because the people a lot of the riders that were ahead of them were pretty far back in the top 10. So they're kind of, whether or not they're increasing their lead, they're holding a really good lead for the 1-2 spot to get into the finals.
Yes.
All right, well, let's take a break. Just try to go to. All right, Here we are. Okay, so we're looking at a delay in the race right now. So they're postponed out on the water. We just finished women's. Whoops. Sorry, give me a second. We just finished the women's race 15, and what a shocker. But I think one of the reasons why we're postponed is we knew right when we looked at the drone footage before we started that women's race, the breeze was shifting back and forth, but you can actually see it. We were able to very clearly see these dark patches coming from one side or another, and that's the way it played out in the women's race. A little bit relatively stable for the first half of the race. Then that leeward mark rounding, was it the first leeward mark rounding? You know, like 6 or 7 place changes. Then the second weather mark rounding, same thing in the women's fleet. And that was radical. I wasn't able to keep up with it. Sorry about that to the audience. But Mirko was just able to see it, mixing the tracker with the visual to see all those big changes. And good for the two Polish riders, you know, Julia and Isabella. Fantastic, and Darren Atakan able to kind of like hold on to that top 3. But again, Darren was the only one to survive that of that group. Everyone else got past.
Yeah, again, you can imagine between Lorian and Darren and Isabella and Julia, they did all the race, keep changing the leadership, which is really it's really nice for all of them being on the course. It means that you have to keep one eye always really front forward to see the wind and the wind shift and the wind puff. This is why looking on the drone shot, like you said, from the higher level, which they don't, but we can see it. And then we just spotted that the wind was not really clear and probably changed also in direction. And this is why we end up on a race delayed for gold 6 for the men, which will be the next start. And it's going to be really an important race. The second is going to be the second score on the gold for today. So it's really important that they figure out to have the right condition and the right course with the proper wind. Let's keep praying for the wind, which today it make the job for the race committee and the mark layer not easy, but is what it is. Right now we are looking the Kite, they are still flying. Brother Fly Surfer, Ozone, and Elements Kite flying back and forth with a nice color. What we said, at least all the new manufacturers, they give back the colorful kite in the Formula Kite fleet, which really thank you. I really appreciate. As one of the kiter from day 0.
It makes it a lot easier to figure out who's who when you have a couple more colors in the mix
but
there.
we all love the color on the sea. I mean, it's really nice.
One thing that I was really impressed with the last race was that Max Mader held his nerve after a really difficult couple days before with a lot of crashes, a lot of tangles. Let's take a look at some of the trials and tribulations that Max has gone through in a little clip, an interview we did with him recently.
This picture is great summary of what it felt like for me yesterday. It all started well, you know, I was battling, I was fighting, and I think I lost myself in that. On the last downwind against Cameron from Greece, he was far ahead and I caught up. Right before the final rounding, I had a wipeout. I thought, oh man, I did it again. Getting too eager and trying to reach in front, and then kaboom. I wanted to avoid some people coming with right of way on starboard. Out of the corner of my eye, I spot someone coming into me and with a collision course. So this person was Yanis. In the last moment, all I could think about was, let's not hurt each other. Could I have saved it? I don't know. On video, it looks pretty bad. He was there, right? And I'm traveling God knows how fast. I saw that, I jumped over him, and thank goodness nothing happened. Of course, our kites came in a big tangle and in a mess. And then while this all is going on, I have to get out for the next race. I battle, I ride. I was surprised with how well it went because I had to take a smaller size kite. I had to take a 15. And I managed to win that last race. I feel it like a little bit of a consolation prize for what went. I felt pretty human.
All right, that shows that life isn't always a bed of roses for someone like Max Mader, who's always a consummate champion and top rider and an Olympic medalist. We are inside of 3 minutes right now for the men's Gold Fleet Race 6, our second race of the day. And man, that first race was fantastic. Highlight of that first race, Riccardo Pianosi coming around everyone, coming into second place. Max Mader holding his nerve in fifth, and Cameron Marimonides giving up one of his throwouts. He still has a couple lives left. So let's watch those guys for that battle for second, and then we'll work our way through this race to see what the second race of the day, second of 4 races in the men's Gold Fleet today.
But you know, Chris, we understand then that in this kind of condition, we have more than 10 kiters that they can win the race. And just one mistake, which it means probably 3 seconds lost, is almost 50 meter. In 50 meter, there is more than 5 kiters. Everything is really close and super high level, no room for mistake. 1 minute 30 for gold 6. I'm curious to see if someone still start on port just below all the starboard part and go to the right side of the course. I'm curious if, as far as we get some drone shot from the high level drone shot, we can definitely spot how the wind it looks like.
Yeah,
now.
well, we certainly know what
the wind went a little bit more left.
Yeah, we certainly know what it looked like when it was wild and patchy like it was in that last race from the drone shot. But we know that these riders, you know, just under 45 seconds are looking upwind, and they have to plan really far ahead, don't they? You do a port tack start, that's a commitment, because that's got to be a puff that's way up the course, but you're doing about 20 to 25 heading towards it. So that puff is still, you know, almost at the top of the course when they start, and then they'll meet at the middle of the course. So let's see how this unfolds. Let's see where everyone's lining up. We have a couple. I look on my tracker, I see 4 people on the port side getting lined up. Everyone else slow on starboard.
Interesting. On port, we spotted a yellow beep on port.
Yeah, Riccardo Pianosi, there he is.
Port, Janis Maus, Jan Voster, and Bruno Lobo.
Yep, and nobody is brave enough, and there they go. They're off. Men's Gold Fleet 6. It's a clear start, and no one was. Oh, we have one port tacker crossing. Who is that? That is Janis Maus.
Janis Maus.
Man, the German is hot from the first race in the top 3, and now he's started on port. I didn't think any one of those riders was going to be able to make it across. And that was a pucker moment for Janis Maus. But there he is, clear off, heading to what we think is usually has been the favorite side of the course, except for when things got really mixed up in the puffy women's race. Riccardo Pianosi is also off in that group to the right. He's not leading it. Bruno Lobo from Brazil is leading it. By the way, everyone, Bruno Lobo in a crash yesterday broke some of the cartilage in his ribs. Bruno's a doctor, and he analyzed himself. He got a lot of rest. He didn't think he needed to wrap it up, but he is an injured rider, but he's out there today, heading off to the right side of the course and doing well. He's with Riccardo Pianosi, but right up in the middle, Janis Maus.
Yes, exactly. But I can tell you, it can change quite a lot the result. We really need to look in the wind. We really need to wait for the rounding mark, because it will be a back and forth, because they are really close, and every single puff, every single tack, it will change the result. And the position, I would say.
That group that went off to the right side of the course early, they're coming back. Riccardo Pianosi and Bruno Lobo, they are having a tough time. They are already crossed by most of that fleet to the left. So that was really hurt. Riccardo Pianosi also put himself on his heels, on his back foot again in this race, just like the beginning of the last race.
Yes, exactly. And then if you see the wind, we saw the more puff on the left, and the right side, you see how they change. the angle because the wind keeps switching more to left.
Yep.
From this shot, you can definitely see the island.
Yep, and you see those bright, shiny white spots. Those are the puffs. That shows you, if you see a whole bunch of those, you can see how puffy it is as they're coming to this ley line. They are really far away from this mark, so it's pretty hard to judge. Watch this super tight cross, just weaving in there and tacking on the hip. Let's see, that is Lorenzo Boschetti from Italy. He just wove right through that group to try to get himself back into the top 5. He's on the bubble for 8th place for the Gold Fleet. Yeah, so we can see this group was so far off to the right. They are not making this mark, so everyone's going to have to tack at some point. There goes in red. That's,
Mader again.
Is that Max Mader? Yeah.
Because once you get close to the mark, then you risk to do the same thing that happened to Lorient. Then you have to pump, and then when you're ready to round the mark, then the kite, it might be without the power. So Max Mader round the mark as a first.
Yeah, look at that. Like we said, holding his nerve right now. Let's see. Oh, just a quick touchdown. Who was that?
But look, there is 3, 6, 9, 10 in 0 space.
So
all together.
Exactly what you were saying, Marcus, at the beginning of this race, that one mistake, one touchdown, couple seconds, couple places. Look at how tight that group is. And where's Marimonides in 6? Max Mader in 1st. Max chipping away at Marimonides' lead. Marimonides might be eating some throwouts as we go through the rest of this series, but hopefully not for him. Gian Stragiotti, who was at the top in the last race or near the top, he's in 6th place. But who is that in 2nd? Walton.
It's Yannis Mouse and Lucas Walton, the New Zealand, the Kiwi. Lucas is 2nd.
Oh, okay, yeah, Lucas Walton Kime. Okay, fantastic. Great to see him up there. And there is Pianosi off on his own on port jibe, trying to work the magic that he did on the last downward leg in the last race. Is it going to work, Mirko? Is it going to be enough?
It can be the case. Look at the wind, look at the gas on the left side. It can be the case.
Okay, here he is. He jibed back a little early. But let's see. Maybe that puff's going to take him straight down. This is hydrofoiling, ladies and gentlemen.
31. 24, 32, 33, 24.
He just passed probably 4 boards right now. Yep. So just a 3-knot difference in wind speed can make a 6-knot difference in board speed and a 10-degree angle in your angle headed down to the mark. So actually a pretty big gain there for Pianosi. Just getting by. Let's get back to the top of the fleet. We got the Kiwi rider still in 2nd. Max Mader still in 1st. Yannis Mouse having an awesome day. Here we go. We got Lucas rounding in 2nd. Yannis Mouse. Then right behind him, Benoit Gomez with his Element Kite pushing super hard. He is Marimonides' training partner. So that's who's right behind him, Cameron Marimonides. So not bad. But racing to keep his 2nd place. The Greek is racing to keep his 2nd place overall. Again, we're after this race, we're halfway through the qualifying series. It's super tight. Pianosi's still in a very tight group. I got to tell you, when they're all that close together, fastest guy on the course, let's see what happens.
From jump from 8th to 2nd is almost nothing. I mean, you just need to be focused and pushing until the end. Everything can change when they are so compact in a group. Is just a matter of almost nothing to gain 5 or to lose 5 position.
Yep, and like Boschetti said, I mean, I asked Lorenzo, what's it with your tuning partner? Why has he been so dominant this week? He goes, maybe he just has figured something out with the new equipment. It's new, so maybe he has a new gear, like a shifting gears. He has able to figure out both the new kite designs and the new foil designs a little bit before everyone else. It's early days.
Yeah, I mean, Boschetti he started training later, and but we all know that he has a particular feet, super sensitive feet, and he's a really good foiler. He can be really fast, but sometimes he pay off mistakes. But let's see. It's not far away. Still in the group, on the front row group, and Riccardo Pianosi went all the way to the left side, so he take the risk to have the lay line, close the lay line to the left, so he will be close to the second rounding mark at the windward mark.
Well, we know
second time.
We know Riccardo is picking his passing lanes mainly downwind, but someone who's picked a really great passing lane on this beat was Cameron Marimonides. He just got inside that group to the left of him. He's moved up on the tracker. We have him in third place. I don't know how long that's going to hold, but he needs to sail less than his throwouts right now. Third place would do really great. But here we have on our screen Max Mader, who cannot afford to have a double-digit race today, leading the race, since that last 2 marks. Fantastic race so far for him. And in second place, Lucas Waltenkheim from New Zealand, the Kiwi master, heading off in second place. Is that Marimonides in blue?
Third.
Okay, Cameron Marimonides back up in a third. Whew.
Benoit Gomez in fourth, Yanis Mount, and Pianosi back on sixth.
And Pianosi in sixth. Okay, so Cameron Marimonides sailed one of his throwouts in the last race, gave one away, sailing in third place right now. Plenty good enough to stay ahead of Max Mader at the moment.
No, but the problem is that Max Mader is leading, so he will gain more points.
True.
Because he's the one that is behind him, is the Max Mader.
True. Okay, well, I'm getting a little excited ahead of myself here, Mirko. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I try to make counting.
Yeah, you want to keep me honest, I know. I just want to see this all come down to the last race. All right, here we go. Max Mader still ripping downwind. Hey, really awesome to see the Kiwi rider. He has not featured in a lot of this race. Let's just take a quick look at that. Lucas.
He's 14. Yeah.
Yeah, he came into today in 14th place. Obviously, there are 19 racers in this gold fleet, and Lucas's best race up until now. Oh, he's gotten a 3, but he's doing really well. And like you said, in these kind of conditions, you can be an opportunist and take advantage of every little detail counts. You can pass people just like Pianosi did on that last downwind leg. And here he is again, trying the same move, just jibing a little bit earlier, the pack ahead of him. They're really close. I don't know if it's going to work for him on this run. I know Max Mader is making it happen. Marimonides has a nice tiny little buffer, although between him and Benoit Gomez, about the same size, same exact equipment, really close. That's his teammate coming into the leeward mark. Let's see. It's really close between Marimonides and Gomez. Marimonides needs every point he can get, but he definitely can't afford to get past, like you said. Max Mader, is just slowly putting points on Cameron Marimonides to try to get that second place behind Riccardo Pianosi and get straight into the finals. Here we are. Wow, what an awesome race to the finish. Let's see what we got going on here. Lucas.
Look at Benoit.
Lucas and Benoit and Cameron.
Gonna be a photo finish.
Full power.
I don't know.
I don't know if I can call that, but I think that was I think that was Benoit who actually got it in third, Marimonides in fourth, Yanis Mouse in fifth. Hey, geez, I mean, at least Cameron held on to the fourth, but he was deep for a little while there. Riccardo Pianosi in sixth place. There he is.
You remember the start of Pianosi on port, just
that was the kiss of death for him.
Below the old fleet, went to the right side and then had to jibe, had to tack, and then it went on the center of the course, losing a lot because it was not a good a good side to go, and then attack again and another negative leg.
Yeah, he didn't make it easy for himself.
Like 14 and. Really good catch.
Yeah, he's not making it easy for himself. So let's take a break here, and we'll be getting into the women's series.
champions.
All right, here we are. Wow, that was a really exciting men's race, particularly the finish. But man, lots of passing lanes, Mirko. But this gives us a chance to, God, when you go through a race like that, it's hard to remember the women's race right before it. But let's go back to that women's race and talk about it, because that was kind of the most chaotic race. Sorry to use that term again from our press release, but that was probably the most chaotic race that we've seen at this event with those changeovers.
Honestly, with you, from the beginning of the day, doesn't mean that we had an easy condition. Every single race, from the abandoned race, changing course, and then a lot of switching position on the same race is really challenging. Look, we can see like you said, the result over the last challenging women's race that we had. Lauriane Lolo, she finished 6th. Now she's leading by 2 points in front of Lily Young, now with 31 points, because she was in the 8th place. And then Isabella, she keep the 3rd place because she scored 2nd. Julia, she just jumped on the top 10 because scoring the first. She win the race, but with 108 points. It's gonna be really difficult to aim to get in the top 8, but at least it's a really good result for her.
Right, and they still have 3 more races. But again, another flip-flop between Mafalda and Brianna. They flip-flopped once after the last race, and then back again with Brianna just ahead by 1 point. So that 8-9 is really getting down to those two. Although Catalina Torrienzo just got a little closer to that group, because look at her last race, that's 16th. Yeah. So man, what a spread trying to get into the medal series in the women. They have 3 more races left, right? That's still a lot of racing, and but there's a lot of change going on as well with the women riders. But man, watching that flip flop, that like I blinked at the leeward mark, and there were like 6 place changes. I blinked at that top mark. I got to pay more attention, Mirko. Yeah, keep me honest, buddy.
No, I mean it's like this, and then it was quite an insane race. We saw Lauriane. Did you see Lauriane? She was rounding the mark as a first, make a mistake. I mean, when she started to pump way earlier, usually something happened, because you're really. It means that you are above the.
Below the lane line.
Below the lane line, and you try to pump as much as you can to get below to the lane line, and then she was super close. And then when you pump, and the kite is moving, when you go back, start rounding, and give the and move the bar, and then the kite doesn't move, it means it's already out, no power, and then you butt check.
Yep. And in this last day of qualifying, like you're saying, like small things make big differences when it's kind of like Lauriane was actually really lucky to come out of that one, only losing 2 places, and then she came back in that race. But the exciting thing is that there's some movement at the top and the middle of this course. I mean, we're not even analyzing too closely yet what these what the 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th places, how that's affecting things, because that's changing a little bit there too. We haven't talked at all about Gisela Polito, and she's just floating right there in the 5th place range. So a lot of changes are going to happen. I love how narrow and tense it's getting in both fleets. Obviously, that 8 and 9 spot in the women, there's a big buffer behind them, but a lot closer in the men's group racing. So I think what we can do right now, Mirko, let's think of a couple of things. Lauriane Lolo, pressing really hard. She's worked her way up to the top. She's in 1st place right now. Let's kind of she's got a good attitude right now. She's an Olympic silver medalist. She was a favorite to win an Olympic medal, and she's a fun person to talk to all the time, and she's just having a really good time. So let's go to Lauriane Nalot and a little clip we have of her pushing really, really hard and losing her GoPro.
The beginning of the competition, I had quite a lot of crashes, and yesterday actually was like maybe my best day. I was ripping it, and this third race, I'm here taking a really, really good start on pole, leading, and I was so excited because like I was recording with my camera, and like during the race, I was already thinking about my future video. And on the last leg on the downwind, bam! I hit the plastic bag like full send on the downwind. I was like underwater, my neck was so painful. Tried to swim to get my board bag. Back, I saw the girls arriving, I was like, no, I want to start quickly again. I was so sad because like really for once I was so far in front. I was like, yeah, Lolo is back, you know. And I touched my helmet. I was like, no way, I lost the camera. We called a scuba diver like to go on the water and search for it. Couldn't find it. And the horrible thing is I really believed that we were going to find it, and I was so excited on the boat. I was like, yeah, my footage is gonna be so great. And no, no way.
All right, wasn't that fun with Lauriane? It's kind of cool to see her so relaxed. And I think she literally hired a diver to go look for her GoPro because she was so psyched to see that footage of her just completely wiping out. And, you know, that's been happening a lot this week. Not, you know, we talked about Lisa Caval and getting some trash on her foil. But a lot of people just, you know, that's the moment, like when we watched Benoit Gomez. So let's look at the results after that last finish. Then them pressing so hard at the finish, Benoit getting in the third. That's when I expect someone to explode. But let's look at those men's results and seeing what comes out of Benoit getting. It has him as
Okay, so Max,
fourth in that last race.
I mean, I would spot on straightforward the points between Cameron and Max. Still 3 points difference. So Cameron, I mean, Cameron need to keep himself focused because Max scored the bullet, Cameron third, but yeah, the previous one really bad. I don't know how the discard play, but if Max is gonna score another bullet by the end of the day, he might attack the Cameron position.
Yeah, and you know we are halfway through the end of this medal, you know, this finals round, qualifying for the medal series tomorrow. There's only 2 more races left to figure this out. So when we look down, you're right. I mean, there's 3 points between them. I think the reason why that wasn't a bigger swing, well, obviously Cameron got third place. He sailed a throw out the race before, so he had to accept like one of his 5s or 6s after the previous races throwouts. But they only have 2 more races left, 3 points between them. I think it's kind of, you know, I think Max still doesn't have any breathing room. He doesn't have a throw out left to sail.
No, so. But again, if I mean, Max is a no-brainer. Max, he need to win. If he is gonna keep winning the next 1 or 2 races before the end of the day.
What'd you call him? An operator? Like he's an operator.
He's gonna be.
I like that.
He's a racing machine.
Yes, there you go. That's what I wanted you to say.
Exactly.
Cool.
Then Cameron, he need to keep the consistency that he proved to have it from all week long.
Right.
So now the problem, the pressure is on Cameron because Max doesn't have nothing to lose. In the worst case scenario, he will meet him on the final if it goes through the semi-final, which most probably will. So it will come back to the final more hungry and hangry, both.
And hangry maybe, yeah, if Daniel's not giving him enough power bars.
Exactly. So it's gonna be really interesting for both of them. But again, now the pressure is on top of Cameron for sure.
Right, and Pianossi still on top. He's, like we said, he is digging some big holes in the beginning of those races. They have 2 more races left. Hopefully he's gonna take it easy on himself. One thing that, you know, we were talking on the media team about was that when you win every race of the regatta, or just about every race of the regatta, That's a super high, talking about an operator, a high operating level, right? For an individual to go for 4 days like that. At some point, you can't, it's got to give a little bit. And that's what we're seeing here. After 4 days of just completely dominating, he's having a hard time starting and having that really good first beat. And his beats in general aren't awesome today, but his downwinds are miraculous. And he's chipping away at it. He has the conditions to pick opportunities and take advantage of that. If it was a lot steadier, I don't think he'd have those opportunities. He'd be passing people, but not in such big chunks probably, because he has those puffs. So that's great to see him up there. But again, they have 2 more races to go. 3 races between Cameron Marimonides and Max Mader. Cameron in second from Greece. So to determine who gets the easy, breezy, cheesy ride into the finals between Max and Cameron. We are going to be having the women's race 16?
16, yes.
Women's race.
Yeah, 16.
Yep, that's the next race we're gonna have while the men's Silver Fleet. No offense to the men's Silver Fleet, we can't wait to see the results of that. We're so hyper focused on these last qualifying races. But I think what we can do right now, let's take a little bit of a break and recalibrate and do some figuring. Because it was sitting here too.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'm tapping it somehow. All right, here we are inside of 3 minutes for women's race 16. Remember that the women are racing as a fleet this entire series until the end of today. They have 3 more races, and that determines the top 8 that go into the medal series and the top 2 that go straight into the finals. And right now, that top 2 is on top, finally, for the first time all week. Lauriane Nolot really working her way up just ahead of Lily Young, taking the lead for the first time all week, our Olympic silver medalist. But it ain't over. Those 2 are pretty launched to get into the finals. Really, the race is between 6th, 7th, and 10th. Or at least 6th through 7th through 9th in the women's fleet to see who gets into the medal series.
I would say that Lisa Caval still pretty safe, because with 59 points, still pretty safe, but 68, 70, and 71, the 7, the 8, and the 9, they will fight until the last race of the
awesome.
day to get those 2 spots on the
so
top
who
8.
are, Mirko, who are those riders we're looking at, the 7, 8, and 9 for these next 3 races?
Yeah, we're looking for Catalina, which she started the week and this European Championship really well, with great result all over the previous day. But yesterday and, starting today with the retired DNF, it pay off quite hard. And then Brianna and Mafalda, they are sitting on 8 and 9. So we will be focused on those 3, because it's really important for the one that will make to the final, to the medal series tomorrow.
Awesome.
So less than a minute to go.
Awesome. Here we are, all the women still on their biggest kites, the 15-meter kites, the new equipment for this cycle, the new kite designs for this cycle, 15-meter kites for all the women. And let's see, I think I see Lily Young there. Yep, in the yellow, posting up on starboard. Let's take, there she is. And let's see if we can, it doesn't look like anyone at the moment is setting up for a Portac start. But what we have here is, one other rider setting up for Portac, but looks like a pretty clean lineup. Last race, the women started right in line. We got 14 seconds left. We got one Portacker, maybe just tacking right in underneath. 8, 7, 6. Let's see if they can line up just as perfectly as they did last race. Everyone has their line sights, 2, 1, and they're off. That looks awfully close, Mirko. Let's see what they have to say. Those three riders start not clear.
That someone was over.
Yeah, let's see. Lorianne Nalo looks like she's number 10 is over.
Number 10 was over. Magdalena Wojciechowska.
Yeah, Magdalena of Poland over the line. Lorianne Lalo was right on the money with that start, so that was about as close as you can ever hope for. And let's see. Who is that? Oh, yeah, that's Magdalena. So she's still on the tracker, just nosed out of Lorianne Nalo. She does not know that, but there you see in the blue, Lorianne Nalo, and right above her, Lisa Caval. Yeah. Really having an awesome day. Remember, we said at the end of yesterday, she was bummed out. Had 3 of her worst races. Actually, she ended with a 5, but she was kind of leading that race and then wound up crashing out. So really great for Lisa Caval to be in that pack right now. And let's see who else. Darren Attican still up front. Brianna Whitehead, one of the group on that bubble, the 7, 8, 9 group, to try to get into the medal series. The race is on. I think you're not going to know this on the tracker, but trying to kind of put Magda out of the picture here that shows her in third, and yeah, Brianna Whitehead in third. But this fleet is staying on starboard for a long time. We saw a lot of the fleets in the beginning of today tacking off to port very quickly. But let's see what happens here.
Yeah, because the wind went almost 20 degrees to the left, so now they can keep longer the starboard leg without being too close to the island.
Okay, I gotcha. Yep. So they're not coming upon the island as quickly. So perfect. Lorianne Nalo tacked away. Darren Attican chasing her down. And Brianna Whitehead kind of taking her time. Where are all her competitors? For Isabella Satrian still up there, but where is Brianna's team? Let's see. Mafalda is not in that mix right now. Who else?
Yeah, but Lily Yang and Lorianne Nolo, Lisa Caval, and Derin Atakan, they are the one which they are on the front line. So they will be, for sure, they will be the one that will hitting the right side of the ley line and then tack ready for the first rounding mark.
And of course, there's Lily Young, and we know they're showing on the tracker in fourth. She's almost the furthest right of this whole group. But we know that this race course, if you get a lot of separation on someone, there she is, Lily Young on starboard tack. So she must have just tacked over. Yep. So Lily Young is going to tell us a lot. She's furthest right in this fleet. And there is Lorianne Nalo with the blue bib, but we know she's leading Lily Young in the overall standings right now. She's tacked right on top of her. Hey, she wants to keep her lead, so she is really protecting Lily Young. They are right on the ley line. You can remember last race, first windward mark. Yeah. Lorianne Nalo just barely made it and then dropped her kite, but not today.
Now she make it.
Perfect.
Now she round the mark without pumping too much.
I'm sure she had a little bit of a sigh of relief on that one. But Lisa Caval is right there with her, right underneath her. Yep. There she is. There's Lorianne on top. Her teammate, Lisa Caval, just below her, having an awesome day. Lisa Caval just sending it after kind of a rough end of yesterday. Look at how freaking loaded up their legs are right now. And Caval is just underneath her. Lorianne can't jibe right now. Lisa Caval is in charge of this race unless Nalo gets through that. Oh, at the weather mark.
This is Isabella with the red bib.
Yep, Isabella with the red bib, really stuck at this weather mark.
With Zoe Butang.
Yep, with Zoe Butang. So kind of that's going to maybe be a throwout race for Isabella. She, because she has pretty low numbers as a throwout. And but that doesn't really affect her getting into the medal series. She's still pretty clear in there. And Nalo clear ahead now. She just squeaked ahead and was able to jibe in front of her countrywoman, Lisa Caval. So that is the situation and the 1 and 2. But again, Gisela Polito just hopping away in the top 5. She's not threatened by anything and just keeping. She's probably the most consistent rider here, besides
On
Noam.
Like Cameron is for the men, I would say that Gisela is really consistent in terms of result. She's on the top 5 and she's always over there. She doesn't make mistake. We know that she's back from an injury, and she's doing well, really well.
What awesome visuals here in the blue kite there. Lauriane Nelo back in first place overall ahead of Lisa Caval right now. And what beautiful shots. Again, you can see those kind of lateral shades of the waves, and if you see them going 90 degrees to that, they're doing really well with their VMG, just going as dead downwind as possible with their apparent wind going forward, doing almost 30 knots.
Rounding mark, second upwind leg, and Lauriane, she's leading.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful visuals here. A little bit of space, more space than we've seen in this top group. The breeze must be a lot steadier than it was earlier. So good job, race committee, for keep pushing these forward. Second place around, third and fourth place around. Brianna Whitehead and Gisela Polito in fourth.
Yep.
Lily Young right behind them. You can see her yellow jersey. And
Catalina and Darin.
Yep, and Catalina and Darin. And Darin, same thing like Gisela, just always there in the top 5.
Yes.
Not threatened in this top 8 hunt right now, and really can't touch the top 2. So they're just trying to reduce this damage control for the rest of these races.
I mean, doesn't make a lot of difference between the third and the fourth because they have to run the same semi. But I would say the 6, the 7, the 6, the 7, and the 8. Sorry, the 7, the 8, and the 9. Mm-hmm. This is the most challenging things, because otherwise, if you are out, you're gonna be sitting on the beach and cheering for somebody else. So.
Yeah, and absolutely. And of course, there's some jostling or jockeying you have to do to get third, fourth, fifth, or sixth. That makes a really big difference, you know, getting into things as you move forward, because third and fourth go straight into the semifinals, right? Yeah. And so that's a big deal too. But we are focused on just getting into the medal series right now.
Yeah.
There is Lauriane Nelo in with the blue kite, the blue jersey. She started the day in second place. She is now leading overall and leading this race again. But Lisa Caval, also from France, in second place. Let's look at what's going on the right side of the course here, Mirko. Do you think that there's any chance that that's going to work out? It hasn't been for the last like 2 or 3 women's and men's races.
Yeah, I mean, look at looking on the tracking, there is a lot of spread and really different tactics to go to the right side of the course. From Lauriane and Darin and Mafalda, they had an earlier tacking going to the right side. And then on the other end, on the extreme left end, Lisa Caval and Lily Young and Brianna and Catalina as well, they are more close to the left ley line. It's going to be interesting because it seems that the wind on the right side of the course is more switched to right. Mm-hmm. So they might have an early tack and being able to round in mark. So it's going to be interesting then.
Right, and we see Mafalda just, you know, she's right on the edge in these last 2 races of just trying to, she needs a breakout. And right now she's just kind of holding steady while others are kind of passing her. So here we are. Oh, what an awesome shot. Look at that, right on the edge of ventilation. You can see how close she is.
Yeah, no, luckily she's not ventilate. Not ventilate. It's just the pushing on the mast and the water that come outside for the big pressure.
She's just ripping.
She's really pushing a lot, and you can figure out from the angle of the legs and the angle of the body, and keeping the bar really close, and keep the right angle on the mast. And Darin, she's now in second place, just behind Lauriane, because did you see the right side, an early tack for Mafalda? She comes from 9 to 3rd now. So it's going to be really important for her because she's one that is 9 now.
Yep, absolutely. And we were saying that, I'm like, in Miracle, can anything come out of that right? The left was winning most of the way up that beat, and then finally things oscillated right back. So maybe that's the yin and yang of this beat, right? If your side's not winning right now, if you're patient, maybe it's winning. And that's exactly what happened with Mafalda from Portugal.
Exactly. And Brianna, which is 1 point in front, she's behind 3. So it's going to be really interesting to watch all of them until then. Oops. What is this?
Yep, that's Lily Young with a little bit of a hiccup there. Brianna will probably pass her in the middle of that, and that should be really Brianna and Catalina should pass her in that. Although she didn't look like she lost a ton, so maybe there's a bit of a gap there. So let's zoom in on that. But
must be some the wind is keep shifting to the left.
But it was
looking by visual from the terrace, from our terrace, beautiful terrace.
But it was a nice little gain by Mafalda Pires de Lima from Portugal on the top of that beat, but she's just right in the mix on that downwind leg. Lisa Caval still in the top 3. Darren Atakan really just, like you said in the beginning, she's just, if she gets pushed back, she's really quick in this stuff. I don't know, local knowledge, whatever, but that's her style. This is a perfect sweet spot for her in this breeze.
Yes, exactly. We saw that the early jibe from Gisela example didn't pay, and she lost a couple of plays.
But look at how much higher on the foil these riders ride when they're going downwind versus upwind. We were watching Nalo come into that weather mark really low, and we were talking about the spray off of her foil. She just rounds that last mark, reached to the finish, but on that deep downwind leg, nice and high on the foil, still really loaded up and hammering, and totally hammering. Nalo clear ahead, slowly but surely, all week long, getting faster and faster, feeling that new Chubanga under her feet, understanding these new kites.
Lorion, she's a goal from today in the morning. She want to gain that bullet for tomorrow.
Yep, and she's extending. She was serious. I said, do you think about the points? She goes, of course I do. Life is easy, so I got to pay attention. You know, life is easy when you're 1 and 2, so I got to pay attention to that. So Darren Atakan finishing in second. And let's see, and Mafalda, and then Lisa Caval in 4th place. Let's see. They still have Wojciechowska. Let's see. Magdalena, I thought she was over early, but let's move down to Isabella Satrian and Brianna Whitehead. Let's see. Mafalda doing a great job.
I told you, on 3rd.
Yes, and getting her spot in. So let's take a break, and then we'll get ready for the men's race. All right, here we are, and we are getting ready to go into the men's race, right? Okay, so we have something else up on the screen here, but we are getting ready to go into men's race 4,
Gold
5,
7.
6, 7. So we are getting to the sharp end of the men's final Gold Fleet races to see where they stand. But what we're going to do is we'll analyze the women's race and then the men's race after the men's race, but we'll get into this men's race right away. And you know what? I mean, I don't know if it can get more exciting than the last race.
Just a few seconds away from the start of the Gold 7 men.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's check this out. We got the background here in Orla, a little bit of development, and then these awesome villas right here. So this looks like they're lining up for the start of the second to last race of the day for the men's Gold Fleet, the race that determines everything going into the medal race. So here we go, just a couple seconds off. I'm going to fire this up, men's Gold 7. And let's see what happens. We're just about ready to get started here.
We see someone on port.
Yeah, one port tacker. There we go. And that port tacker.
Okay.
Okay, so we're
display.
Yep. So we're under postponement. That port tacker, I think, was Giannis Mouse. Yeah.
Yep.
Who
is an AP.
Yep. So, yep. So we understand that we're under postponement on the water. Just a quick note, it was really cool to see that it was Giannis Mouse who was lining up for port tack there, he's the one who just launched it in that last race. You know, I mean, there are other terms for being that brave that we probably can't say on camera, but it was really cool to see him just going for it.
Yeah, Giannis Mouse, we saw from, I mean, right now, many years, that he is really able to spot the port, the pin end when it's okay for a good port start. So he's a really good one. He can spot on, and on the starting line is really good. So the race is postponed. We saw on the race committee boat the AP flag display. Probably there is another shift to the wind to the left side or back to the right. Yeah,
it was about whatever way it went. It was a 35-degree shift that they reported from the race committee, so that's pretty big.
No, it's pretty big. I mean, and luckily from the Fenerbahce here where we are on the great terrace, looking also outside of the window where we are commenting this beautiful race. We have a couple of flags which they give a spy to us when the wind is shifting or increasing, and we keep an eye outside as well, using all the technology and the tracking and all the information that we can get and the drone footage, but sometimes the eyes help looking outside, and we saw it. That would have been a big challenge to go forward on this race, and it was a really good call. So now they will reset the course for Gold 7.
Awesome. Well, hey, we're looking at this backdrop, all the super diverse backgrounds here in Urla, Turkey. That's a mosque right up on the top of the hill. We see some development and we see some rural areas. We're powered by solar here because we're kind of in the middle. We're not close to that. That's actually a far drive to get to that place. And so let's learn a little bit about what? Can you pronounce it for me again?
With the Fenerbahce.
So yeah, there you go. Thank you. And Atesh from the local club to talk about sustainable development and the region here.
Hi, I'm Ateş Çınar. I'm a four-time Olympian for Turkish sailing, and in 470 class I have sailed with my brother. And now I'm the head coach for Fenerbahçe Doğuş Yelken. And now we are in Izmir, Urla, and we are in a really remote area, and it's perfect environment for sailing. 3 years ago we started to work in Fenerbahçe Doğuş sailing, and with my brother. And we believe that we have to invest in South Turkey because our base is in Istanbul. Because in South we have much better weather. I mean, it's amazing here, it's warm, the water temperature is amazing, wind is amazing. And we start to invest in this part. And actually this Pro Sailing Academy is one of our partners here. And our target here is to develop a foiling generation here actually. Because this area behind me is really quite flat water. We have south wind, north wind, it doesn't matter, and it's really quite protected area. And we believe that in the future, like there will be small villages around, and we will collect some kids here. We will give them a future and we will give them a vision actually. We were sailors, and then when we stopped sailing, we became a head coach. My brother actually became a manager in the club. So we start to work with youth generation. Like what we do is to give our vision to them, because for 17 years we have been sailing in the Olympic class, and that was quite experience. So we have to give it back. For us it's a payback time for them. In Fenerbahçe they invest in us while we were sailing as athletes. Now we are investing to the kids with our experience. For us, of course, it's important to create the sustainability success plus the generation, but it's also important that to teach that kids how to be respectful to the nature. So what we do here is we use sustainable sources to create our power, electricity, or to collect the pollution, like to clean the seas and everything. This facility it's all powered by the solar. And as you can see that the kids, they respect the water as well. Like we work here as a team, and also we have some partners around here, so which they support us a lot. And let's say the mayor of the town actually it's really supporting us a lot about the sea. As you can see, they send out their ship here, and that ship is like often coming here and cleaning the water. This sustainability is really our goal to reach, and I think with this facility, first time in Turkey, it's fully powered by sustainable sources. This is what we do as a Fenerbahçe Doğuş Yelken, so this is important for us.
Yeah. Yes, we are. Yes, we are on. And then we are back. Just to recap a little bit, the race has been delayed. Gold man number 7, AP has been displayed. There is a big wind shift, so they have to reset the course, and we will be ready soon as far as the race committee will advise us and back in racing. We just see you have something to say, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really cool talking to Ates. You saw some. You saw the wind turbines up there, and also what you just saw there was that little barge. You didn't really get to see it too closely, but that's what Ates was talking about. They, last year, there it is. Last year there were real big concerns. Hydrofoils can't deal with a lot of stuff in the water, and last year the mayor of Urla took that and acted on that. They got this barge, this trash barge, that's been going every day for as much as it can, weaving back and forth, collecting, filtering, sifting through the trash from the surface to a meter or 2 meters down, and it's really making a difference. And then the breeze blows out of the south, blows a lot of stuff off the beach. I mean, we're trying to clean up the beach as well, but this local region has really acted upon the concerns of these athletes. Athletes who are water sports athletes, they care. They really care about what happens in the water. And it's not just like ocean sailors who are don't like to see trash go by them. Hydrofoil sailors, it really hurts them. And they care about the environment. They also care about their physical safety. So here we are. We're getting ready for the men's gold race 7. There the wind turbines are in the background. This facility, all the energy that's producing this for you is coming from solar panels on the roof of these containers here. So it's awesome to see sustainability working in Urla. So here we go. Last race, race number 6. Was ridiculous. Seeing some of the race changes.
The last one, I mean, I would say every race that we are commenting is really critical for the position and for the result, and emotional in terms of what happened in every single race, which is really good.
Absolutely. We're seeing a lot of the same conditions here. Mirko, can you tell, I was just outside just for a second. I mean, the breeze is remarkably steady at that 8 to 10.
The problem is not the breeze is steady or not steady. The problem is that the breeze has a different angle and different different wind speed all over the race area. So this is the first challenge that all the competitors they are faced on. And then when there is a big wind shift, obviously they have, according to the wind direction, make the perfect average to have the wind lured course fixed. And this is why they moved the mark, and it seems that they will be ready in 2 minutes for the next start.
Awesome. Okay. Once again, big kites only on this starting line, no matter what size rider you are. It looks like they're moving. Maybe that's like a weather mark. So they're getting ready at the top of the course right here. But
protection.
Yep, but at the bottom of the course, we're running out of time here. Men's gold race 7, and this is the second to last race of the day. This is where it's all happening. It's 3 points between Cameron Marimonides and Max Mader. Cameron in second, Max in third, getting closer all the time with Max winning some races. And also down near the bottom of the fleet, it's pretty class. Jan Stragiotti, who was in 6th coming into today, has been having a great series, totally. But Janis Maus, who had been sitting in 15th place coming into today, is fully sending it. Same thing with Jan Voster, his teammate from Germany. So they are having some great top 5 results in this series. And Benoit Gomez. Benoit, like your Benoit, Cameron, those are guys are like the Gisela Politos of the men's fleet. Benoit particularly just hanging in there. So we have 40 seconds to the start here. Let's see what happens. A lot of boats, a lot of riders on starboard. I think everybody's on starboard right now.
Yeah, everybody. Probably only Alexander Ellen is the only one. No, together with Janis Maus and Jan Voster.
Yeah,
they are
Voster.
launching themselves on port.
The Germans on port, yep.
Yeah, let's see if they leave the space to go through the pin. It's gonna be really.
I know. I think the breeze is left, so I think there's actually some room for them there. Let's see.
Let's see. No,
definitely not this time.
No,
the door is closed. 2,
they close the gate.
1, boom. All
this
right.
time they close the gate.
All right. 4 riders on port. 3 to 4 riders on port tack. Janis Maus, Jan Voster from Germany. It did not work for the Mouse, Dr. Mouse. On that port tack start, and that group to the left is launched. Jan Stragiotti, we were just talking about him. He is launched. That was a clear start. That is Jan right there in the black kite, and then the striped kite.
Let's see if we can get the number who is not clear.
Okay, there's one rider not clear, so we'll wait for that. But right on top there, Jan Stragiotti just getting squeezed out by Sam Aben. Sam's had a tough series, but let's see. It's them. There you go. Sorry about that. And let's see. The fleet's just starting to split out, but really close. I mean, Jan and Sam neck and neck. What a drag race. Bruno Lobo with the bruised rib below them, headed left. It looks to me that the group that's heading off to starboard, Janis Maus, Jan Voster, and Lucas Walton Kime.
Tacking to the left. All tacking to the left. So there is a puff, and they all decided to straight tacking to the left side of the course.
I have a feeling right now the way it looks is, for ducking basically the whole fleet, that group to the right is really strong. They've kind of made up whatever distance they lost by ducking everyone already on this shift. And they still don't look like they're ahead, but
I don't know. This group that we can see on the screen, the 3 red kite and the 2 black, they are really close. So the leader on front is the yellow beep, Riccardo Pianosi, and then Lorenzo Boschetti, the other Italian, just straight behind him, and Sham Haben, and Benoit Gomez, and Axel just on the yellow-orange zone behind. So
absolutely, yeah. So super strong to the left side of the course. Now, as we know on this race course, who do we have there in blue? That's Cameron Marimonides on port tack right now, and he is not featuring in this race yet, but let's see how everything develops. The group on the right are starting to come back. Janis Maus, Voster, and they do not look like they are leading coming out of that side. So the breeze is definitely going left.
Yeah, and the breeze is keeping the left, so you can see the angle of those 3 red kite on your left, and the other one coming from the right side of the course. They seems to be quite behind.
Yep, and look at that right on the top there, rolling right into attack is your regatta leader, Riccardo Pianosi. Beautiful. This is what we wanted to see today. See the master at work. After digging himself a really big hole in those first couple races on the start, he rounds that first weather mark of the second to last race of the day in first. Bruno Lobo.
Second. And third, Lorenzo Boschetti.
Lorenzo, Sam Aben, and Benoit. Okay, so where are our second place challengers? Where is Max Mader? Where is Cameron Marimonides? Are they duking it out with each other in the back? That's what happens in these races, right?
Max Mader is 13 and Cameron behind it.
Yeah, so we have a match race going on, I'm sure, in the back of the fleet. So I was wondering when that was going to happen.
Okay.
There's Max Mader. Where is he? Has he been able to control the Greek, has he been able to control him? Where is he? Let's keep our eyes off the front of the fleet for a second.
It sits on
Cameron
on last.
Maramonides.
Yeah.
I wish I could have seen what was going on with them. We need to rewind this later and find out if they got
Cameron
mixed
didn't
up.
had a really a good start, and then he went on an early tack on the right side. That was probably not a good move.
Right.
But then I'm more curious about what happened to Max, because Max, it was on the center of the course, so it might get stuck between tacking to others.
Right, there's Cameron Maramonides, deep in the fleet right now. The person he really cares about, Max Mader, is a couple places ahead of him. And a lot of times what happens is, it's not like match racing in regular sailboats where you can just lock someone up, with a boat, right? And so I venture to guess that Max Mader actually got near him, did some controlling and pinning and stuff, and was able to clear out, and now he's trying to put some places on him. That's my guess, and maybe we can talk to Max afterwards, but it's not like regular sailboats where you can just post up with someone. But here we are, Riccardo Pianosi hammering in the lead, just getting ready to go around this leeward mark. Right upwind, beautiful, clean, extending. This is the way he wants to do it. Not digging and putting himself in 10th and having to work back all the way through.
That is a great thing. I remember yesterday, on the first race of yesterday, it was Pianosi first and second Lorenzo, and it was a really tricky moment, and Lorenzo, he almost missed the jibe around in the mark, and it collapsed the kite, and then it was a big mess. And then yesterday he had from second to DNF. But now if he can keep the second, at least he take back his result from yesterday.
Yeah, Lorenzo's a really funny guy, and this is an awesome shot because they're tuning partners. And Lorenzo told me yesterday when I was actually asking him some questions about Riccardo, and he was saying that he goes, this is not where I want to be. I'm not performing the way I want to perform. I know I can do better. Yeah. And here he is finally getting up in there. I mean, he's in play. Yeah. He's in play for the medal series, no problem. But when I asked him, there's Riccardo, there's Lorenzo to the left of your screen. When I asked him, what's Riccardo doing that's so awesome? He goes, well, if I knew, I'd be copying it. Yeah. But I don't know.
Yeah, no, for sure. He has the speed. He's just making more mistake than others.
Exactly.
For sure.
So there goes.
He know that he's fast. Sometimes he lose the confidence, and so the coaches and so on, they are saying, hey, look, you are fast. Yep. Go for it.
They have to tell him. Give him that, force that confidence away. So now we have the leaders tacking onto port. Let's see how spread out this race is. Let me zoom out. No, it is not spread out. Everyone is heading left. So fantastic. It's easy for us to get a handle on things.
Max, what's happened to Max? Because he's not gaining any position. Usually on this condition, if Max Mader is rounding the mark on 14 or 13,
right?
You think that during the downwind leg he will gain something, but he's just still on the same position.
But what we're seeing here with everyone basically going the same path is, I think it's really just a steady race course right now. There's not, like the old term goes, there's not a lot of passing lanes here right now. And so...
Don't say that.
Oh, Jesus. You don't like that? We want to see passing lanes, of course. But I'm just trying to get my head around the fact that one of the fastest kite foilers in the world is stuck in 14th place.
Yeah.
And this is a deep fleet. You said this. You look at the beginning of today, you looked at that top 10, and you were like, dude, any one of these riders can win today, can win a race. And you are right. And so there's not a lot to do when this race is really steady, no matter how good you are.
Just Bruno Lobo and Sean Haben, they are in the top 5.
Yep. And excellent riders really coming into their own. Sam Aubin was, and has been really on the bubble for this. Sam was.
He has a lot of bad result.
He was the last one in to the Gold Fleet.
And he's sitting on the general result as a 20 or 19, and now he's in 4th or 5th.
And now it looks like we might even have a pass here. If we're looking on our, let's take a look at our tracker here. Not quite. But it looked like Lorenzo was was close. Maybe it was just the camera angle, but Lorenzo was close to passing. But hey, those top three, Pianosi, Boschetti, Lobo, there's no daylight between them right now. They are glued to each other. And Lobo with a bruised rib. Remember, he was the famous guy, right? He's really famous in Brazil right now for rescuing someone while he was training.
He got some good story.
Yeah, Bruno Lobo, what a legend, a doctor. You know, he's in his medical degrees. And look at that group. It's awesome to see how tight they are, how close this racing is. Hey, Pianosi is the fastest guy. Lorenzo said that. Fastest guy in the fleet right now, bar none. And look at them all locked in a dead heat battle on this. Is this a downwind leg? Yep. So fantastic.
Yeah.
And who?
Soon they will jibe.
And finally, Axel Mazzella featuring today. It's taken all day.
I think I will have a look on the result after this one about Axel, because he's also on the limit of the top 8.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, it's going to take a lot of figuring here. And who is that? Benoit Gomez in 4th place. Sam Aben dropped quite a bit. Let's see if there were any passing lanes on this downwind leg. Max Mader just 2 places up to 12th. And let's see.
Okay.
Coming into this final
for the last beat from
the reach to the finish.
Last beat to the finish. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Pianosi holding on to the lead. Teammate Lorenzo Boschetti holding on to second, and Bruno Lobo. What a launched these top 3 are, huh?
Yeah.
You can tell. I mean, they were pedal down, ripping. Okay, there you have your event leader finally getting back into his form. Jeez, what took you so long, brother?
It's going to be really important, because from the 875 point to Lorenzo 81, only 6 points to gain the medal, because the last 2 race for Boschetti was not really a good one.
Correct.
So this one will give some good result. He will gain a couple of points, a couple of position, but probably not enough to get in the top 8, which he spent all week on the top 8.
Right. All right. Well, let's take a break, and we'll get ready to do our discussion and analysis of both of the men's fleet and women's fleet. One more race left in the men's.
Yep.
All right. We are back on the race course. You know, that men's race wasn't as exciting as I was hoping for. I guess it was hard to top the one before it.
It was exciting just because we saw some of the leader. I mean, Max Mader he won the previous one, and now he ended up in 13 or whatever.
Yeah. Well, that's a big deal.
Yeah, exactly.
It just wasn't the live action.
Exactly. Cameron is, you know, that is the second big mistake. So it's the second throwaway. Let's see, because I think he doesn't have any more.
Exactly.
So the last one, it will change probably.
Absolutely. He ate up his cushion. Now, here we are. The men have 1 more race left. The women have 2 more races left. And so let's go recap that women's race and see where the standings are, because we've really been looking at that 7, 8, 9 split for the women to get into tomorrow's medal series. So, Lauriane Nolot, extension on Lily Young. She just really took it to the next level by continuing to win races. I didn't expect to see that much of a shift in that last race, but that was a big one.
These is the interesting things there, Chris.
Absolutely. So I'll stop being blown away by the top 2, and let's look where it really matters going into the last 2 races. 74 and 76. So 7, 8, and 9. Mafalda, Catalina, Brianna Whitehead. I hate to say it, Mirko, but Catalina was in the top 3 for most of this regatta.
Yeah.
And now she's just fighting these last 2 races to stay in it. That's going to me, that's major. If Catalina has the mental fortitude, she is on her heels right now. If she has the mental strength to make this happen, I hope she knows what's going on. I'm sure she does. That's going to be impressive. Mafalda, Brianna are really comfortable in this stress point, this pinch point.
I mean, Catalina, she won 3 times on the opening series, during the opening series. So when you score a bullet and you win a race, you build your confidence to be at least on the medal, at the medal series at the end. And now she's struggling to be on the medal, on the top 8 for tomorrow. And I guess that now, like you said, mental is going to be the key for her for the next race. I mean, they still have 2 races.
Yeah.
And be at the same point, 8 and 9 at the same point, and the number 7, Mafalda, which she got really a great result on the last races. She scored 3rd with 74. I mean, now it's just an affair from them. Who between the 3 will stay on the top 8?
Yep, absolutely. You know, after this next race, then we can start having that 3, 4, 5, 6 conversation. You know, who gets in the semis, who gets in the quarters for sure. But right now you're 100%, 7, 8, and 9. And man, there's a lot going on in the heads of these riders, and that is so flippin' close. I love it though. Yulia, 13th in that last race, just creating a, you know, just a not, you know, nothing having to do with her, just a bigger gap between 9th and 10th means that is not in play at all. The things always get clearer as you get to the end of the day.
Yes, exactly. The results are what we were thinking about, and then I think is really important for all of them to have a clear start and to do a proper race for the next.
All right. Well, let's look at the men now, who have only 1 more race left. All right. This is where it matters. Let's look at what that did to the points. Max Mader went from 3 points behind Cameron to 3 points ahead.
It was
big
all of Max
swing.
Mader.
Yep. And I'm assuming that neither of them have a good drop anymore.
No.
They pushed it right to the end.
Yeah, but no, but the 3 point now is reverse. So the 3 point is in favor of Max Mader. And now for the last race, Max Mader will do no matter what to stay in front of him. And gain the position that you want.
Cool.
To sit and to wait for him at the final.
Yep, like Nalo said, it's really easy if you're in 1 and 2. These guys are fighting their foils off.
Yes, exactly.
And let's look down at the back really quick.
What I was telling you.
Yeah, Lorenzo Boschetti.
With the second on the last, it will might be challenging inside of the medal. Is 83 point, 2 point, and 2 point in front of the 8, 9, and 10. So that means
and
the
Vojta,
last
and
race
Vojta.
you can't. Exactly,
And Vojta.
And Vojta.
Yeah. So
that means that the last race, no room for mistake. Who's in front is going to gain the medal.
That's what we say. So just about there.
Yeah, it's really important. I think it's going to be interesting, the last gold.
So listen, everyone, to what Mirko just said. So 7, 8, and 9, Vojta Koska, Lorenzo Boschetti, and Axel Mazzella, and Martin Dolek.
Well.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points separates this group of 4 riders. It's almost a who beat who to get into that top 8. Oh, my goodness. Some fireworks have to be flying in these 2 groups.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of format really play well and keep the, let's say, the enthusiasm until the last race. And you have to follow up all the action. And until the last race, you don't know who is gonna play tomorrow the medal series. It's going to be really, I'm really looking forward for tomorrow, and I will pray all night for the good wind.
Yeah, but we can't even think about tomorrow between the men's and women's fleet right now. We're going to be coming up on the women's fleet, the second to last race of the day, the men's last race of the day. And both of them, the men's have both that 7, 8, 9, 10 battle, which we have to keep our mind on. And then the women have that 7, 8, and 9 battle, but the men also have that battle for second. 3 points separates Max Mader past Cameron. Neither of them have throwouts. One more race, do or die to get the easy ride into the top 2. And the other group they're just struggling to get into the top 8. And there's going to be 2 really disappointed sailors in the men's fleet at the end of, in the next 20, 30, 40 minutes, whatever. Yeah. And in the women, the same. There's going to be 2 riders that are not going to be happy and 2 that are just wiping the sweat from their brows and saying, whew, all right, reset for tomorrow. So it's going to be the thrill of victory and agony of defeat in about an hour for both the men's and women's fleet right now. So let's see. We might have a little time before this women's race. The one thing we were just talking about the sustainability activity here at the Pro Sailing Center, and one thing, this class, the IKA and the Formula Kites, they were one of the reasons, why the clean water action that happened here over the last year and that's happening right now even came to be, that commitment. So let's promote our class, the IKA, and celebrate what they just got awarded this year by Sailors for the Sea.
My name is Marco Schwentner. I'm the Secretary General of the International Kiteboarding Association. I'm really excited that we have been recognized as a clean class by Sailors of the Sea. We have been working for that for quite some time, traveling around the world with all our events, and sustainability and keeping the ocean clean has been always at our heart. As International Kiteboarding Association, we have been for the last 10 years organized events all around the world, and we have seen from super tidy venues to not so tidy venues. And it is really an issue for us, especially in the foiling generation. Trash in the ocean, trash on the beach, that's something that we really don't want to see anymore. We are here in Ola at the moment for the Formula Kite European Championships 2025. And it's a beautiful venue. The energy is all from solar energy. The sun is shining all day long. So a lot has been done already in this venue for sustainability, to run regattas clean and without using too much energy. In previous events in Ola, there has been some problems with pollution in the water, and the community has reacted to it. They have invested in a boat that is collecting plastic from the ocean, and that makes a huge difference for us foilers. In the past, we have seen a lot of crashes, plastic bags on the foil. That's all gone now, hopefully, but it really makes a difference. Big thumbs up for Fenerbahce and Ola for supporting us with this event and for supporting cleanliness of the ocean. And thank you for Sailors of the Sea for trusting us with a Clean Class Award. And let's make the world a better place together.
All right, we are back, and I'm really proud of the IKA. I mean, you hear this term like greenwashing and all this other stuff, but man, you got to do something, right? And this class goes around the world in different events, in different classes, and having these kind of standards, passing along these values, or sharing those values with places that you go and use that as like an amplifier, to get some stuff done is really exciting progress. And you're just leaving a little bit of you everywhere you go, a little bit of a positive influence, helping them out. They help you out, promote it. It's just, you got to do something to help with our environment.
Always on the target of the IKA. We didn't start yesterday. I mean, it's something that we keep in mind since years. We always pay attention to sustainability program. We had sustainability manager in our class. We had always been focused on helping and sharing information, and having the opportunity to travel all around the world. It helps a lot, and take different things from every single different corner of the world and put it together, you realize that you have to do something, and which is really important. And this is why, obvious, as a president of the AKA, I'm really proud of it.
Awesome. Well, from that one feel-good story to the field stress story of women's race 17, we are coming up on 1 minute, race 17, but the second to last race of the qualifying series for the women. There is a tremendous amount at stake here, 7, 8, 9, 10, something like that in the women's fleet. Lorianne Nolot and Lily Young are launched in 1-2. As long as nothing totally crazy happens, they should have a pretty easy time in these next two races holding on to that top two, but we shall see. 40 seconds left. The breeze looks just the way it has been, a little we can look out wind, a little less puffy than before. That last men's race was really steady. So 30 seconds to go. Women all on 15-meter kites, getting near the end of the qualifying series. 24 seconds, 20 seconds coming up. Let's get a look at what this looks like. The women's race 17. Here we go, 13 seconds.
10 seconds to go. It seems that only one is set up to start on port, but they will not. No, she did it.
Oh, fantastic.
Maria Socorro.
Yeah.
She went all the way in front of the fleet on port. They keep the gate open, and she just
nailed
herself outside of the starting line. Well done, Maria Socorro.
Tell us a little about Maria Socorro. Where'd she come from? Mafalda in second place, leading off on the boat side of that line. She just got crossed, and then Lisa Caval near the pin, Lily Young near the pin in fifth, but Maria Socorro, what a brilliant and brave Portac start. Even cleaner than Giannis Mouse's, I think. I would give that one a 9 out of 10.
When I saw from the video, she was just, I go, no, I don't. And then she figured out that the other one were, I mean, just far away enough to have that gate open, and she went. Probably really good input from Bruno Lobo, the team.
Well, let's look at the people who are on the bubble in this 7, 8, 9 thing. And in Mafalda, Perez de Lima, starting at the boat end of the line in the top three right now, looking great. Lisa Caval just underneath her. Who do we see here? I don't know if we can get some clarity from this angle on the video footage, but what a brilliant start. Lorianne Nolot, of course, starting kind of in the middle, third down from the committee boat. Excellent again. Her time on distance is flawless as usual. And then Lily Young below her. So those two are really close together. But I guess the story is Maria Socorro with that beautiful, beautiful Portac start. Still, it's going to be tough to see on this beat. This breeze looks pretty steady to me. What do you think, Mirko?
No, she got really a good shift on the right side of the course. She did really a good move because there is definitely more wind on the center right course. The angle that she has now, she can let her go and cross in front of Mafalda and Lorianne Nolot, at least pretty close. For sure, she's in front of Derina Takan and the center of the group. Let's see at the end of when they're getting closer to the ley line at the end, if they will cross in front or behind.
Okay, so there we have Lily Young on Portac, not doing so great. She's behind a really big group on the left side. That's where the majority of the fleet is, on the left side of the course.
Yeah, the wind shift more to the left. So the left side of the course, now they give a different angle to the mark.
Yeah, so Socorro was not able to reap the benefits of that Portac start. That usually is totally awesome if it's even or you get a little bit of a right shift or there's a little more breeze on the right.
Yeah.
But she had the opposite. She was heading away from what turned out to be the greatest breeze.
The wind shift to the left.
Right. But Lily Young, Lisa Caval, and Lorianne Nolot, no surprises there. They actually, Lily Young and Lisa Caval started basically right at the boat, carried it all the way over, almost to the Portac ley line. So there you have Lorian Nalo attacking right inside of her. Lisa Caval, I think that is right there.
Yeah, Lisa Cavalli, she's the front.
Fantastic. What a day she's having. What a difference a day makes.
Lily, she's pumping.
Oh my God, what happened last time we were pumping to get above a mark?
Exactly, but she make it.
Let's see. Okay, you're cool with that?
Lisa,
All right.
Lily, and Lorian.
Okay, Lisa, Lily, Lorian. Okay, fantastic. You know, the only difference there from the previous part of the week is that Lisa Caval is back in action. I think she's one of our youth champions and now in the senior fleet, very disappointed with her day yesterday. And now just, I don't know what she ate for dinner last night or had for breakfast, but she's having a fantastic day. She's probably having one of the more, top 2 scores for the day. Of these 5 races.
I'm really happy to see Catalina back on the top 5. Now she's on the 5th, and Isabella, just to make sure to keep their position.
Yeah, Catalina really, she is on that bubble with 4 riders down at the 7, 8, 9, 6, 7, 8, 9 group.
I don't see Mafalda. She was really on the top after the start. Must be happened something.
Yeah, let's count on the screen here who we know. Let's see. Running down the downwind leg, jibing right now is, I think that was Lily Young going into the jibe. Okay, so we have 1 rider in the water.
Yeah.
And
probably Mafalda, one of those. She got
five. We have 5 riders in the water.
Yeah.
So some tangle happened at that weather mark. That is going to shake things up here, Mirko. We know that there are people that we can't see in this top group. Let's go looking back. Yeah, that we can't see. Yep, Mafalda's one of those.
Yep.
And who else is back in that group?
Mafalda, Zoe Butang, Julia Damasevic, and Giorgia Speciale.
Yeah, okay. Well, maybe Mafalda is the only one to really get crushed in that whole exchange. That is really a shame.
Yeah,
okay, so here we go.
She was really well placed after the start, and
yeah, it's sad to see. So, okay, so Caval still in first. Lily Young in second, and Catalina Torrienza, who's right on the bubble, like points away, 2 points away.
She wants to be back on the top 8.
Exactly. So let's see, around this leeward mark, Caval still ahead, Lily Young right behind her, Catalina Torrienzo really doing the best possible thing she can. Nalo had a little bit of a hiccup. We know that you can get past really quick, and Nalo just got sent right to the back of the bus, or at least to 8th place. We don't know what that was.
Yeah,
maybe she tried to
during the jibe.
Yeah, I think in the middle of the jibe, I think she maybe got under her kite a little bit and crashed. But let's see how the rest of this beat goes. Isabella Satrian, just like hanging in there, being in. I think she's overall in 5th place, doing a great job. But I think Brianna Whitehead.
Third, Isabella.
And 3rd, okay. So Brianna Whitehead is one of those people that's really fighting with Mafalda. Mafalda getting wrapped up at that weather mark with about 4 or 5 riders is really going to set things back regardless of drops. I think that much of a distance is going to be really hard for Mafalda to come back from.
Yeah.
She's the one that needed to stay consistent. So we'll see what her throwouts are and where that puts her. But Brianna Whitehead is doing everything she can to stay right in the mix. She's been going back and forth with Mafalda in 8th place, 9th place, 8th place, 1 point away. Clearly, she is in a better position in this second to last race to stay in the top 8.
Yes, exactly. But I can tell you they're only the 2-point difference right now, as they are right now. It means that the challenge will be the last race of the day.
Yeah.
They will end up almost at the same point. Catalina, she will be back, she will stay 8th, but probably gaining a couple of points. or probably she will switch to 7 and Brianna go to 8 and Mafalda back to 9.
So this is our leading group here. You see on the left, that's Lisa Caval just having an epic day. Lily Young was just to the right there. You see her here, right here on our tracker. And then Catalina, super quick all week long. You know, top 3, top 5 all week long, and just stumbled yesterday. So there's Catalina right in the middle of your screen, in the middle of that trio. Lisa Caval just hammered down. Loya Ndalo, some little hiccup on that downward leg, sent her back to like 7th, 8th place. But Lily Young, I mean, you cannot stop Lily Young. This isn't going to. This may not change things too much. We'll see with the battle with her and for first and second, but easily her and Loriano launched. Do you think that'll be enough? It was 9 points. I think it was 9 points after that last race. So I don't think it's going to.
9 points, it will not be enough.
I don't think it's going to be enough. We do have one more race after this.
Yeah.
So is that Lisa coming into this weather, Mark?
Yep.
Loaded up. All right. Good job, Lisa Caval. Yep, number 17, rocking. She said she was a garbage magnet yesterday, and now she's just totally hammering. Good job, Lisa. Lily Young, unstoppable. And then right behind her from Argentina, Catalina Torrienzo, right on the bubble, getting into the medal race. This race, one more race. Fingers crossed for her. She's going to keep it going. Wow, what a lead Caval has right now. That looks fantastic. Let's see. What am I missing here, Mirko? What am I missing?
No, we are not missing.
Okay, cool.
We just need all of them crossing the finish line, because we are all curious about point. We are like a mathematics professor doing calculation directly live.
Absolutely.
Because we are really curious to see who is gonna play the medal series tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Top 8.
Yep. Gisela Polito in 8th place. She's not changing her overall position, hanging out in that zone. But Brianna, definitely big game changer between her and Mafalda. That's a tough one for Mafalda. She's not going to really, it doesn't look like she's going to be able to come back from that in this race. So, and they have one more race left. So Lisa Caval goes into her jibe. There she is on port jibe. What a lead. Check that out. She's coming in at a little bit of a hotter angle. I think she may have overbaked her lay line a little bit, but I could be wrong. You see how she looks a little bit, you know, just reaching hard and ripping, but it looks absolutely beautiful right here in Urla. Look up at the top of the course there in this beautiful shot. You were able to see a puff bringing the rest of that pack down. I don't know if that's going to make any changes to the positions right now. They're pretty far behind. But there is Lisa Caval. She is going to screenshot this video and put it up on her Instagram, because she's been having an awesome day, and this is a pretty triumphant win for her.
Yeah, for sure.
If she holds on to it, yeah.
For sure she will advertise. Look how in front I was.
Exactly. Well, hey, we all remember, well, we hope we all remember that. Here she comes. We hope we all remember that from those races where someone says, look behind us and remember that. That's a big lead. And that's what she has right now. Good job, Lisa Caval. Amazing physical and mental comeback. She has a knee injury that she's coming back from. She felt that this may be a little bit too soon. She was questioning herself yesterday. Maybe I shouldn't have come back. Same thing with Gisela Polita. She has a knee injury too. So, but things seem to be holding together fine. All of her stretches that she's been doing before every race. Nice job, Lisa Caval. Lily Young, hey, you know what? We've been giving you lots of pats on the back. You deserve it. You've been doing really well. Maybe you chipped away a couple points, but okay.
Yeah, but they're all happy.
Cool.
R6 Race Series for champions.
All right, Mirko, we have 45 seconds to the last race of the men's gold fleet. It's all happening right here, 40 seconds. Let's get going. A lot at stake. You know, the difference between second place, it's all on the line between Cameron Marimonides, Max Mader, and then, what is it, like 7, 8, 9, 10? We have a couple points between all those to get into the medal race tomorrow. 21 seconds. We just saw the women's race. The breeze is spectacular. The course is fantastic. Let's see how these guys line up, and let's see if the race is steady, and it's going to be hard to make some changes. 10 seconds.
Less than 10 seconds, I would say. Let's see if there is some brave guy starting on port. If they keep the gate open on the pin, doesn't seem the case. Okay, the start, clear start. Is really good to have a clear start on the last race of the day. And
Max Mader, like a third of the way down from the boat, stamping his authority, at least on the start. You said he's an operator, right?
Yeah.
He's operating right now.
Yeah.
He's surgical. He's performing surgery right now on this fleet. And let's see if he can hold on to it. Who is right behind him? Jan Voster. Yes, Jan Voster from Germany, still trying to hang in there and make this happen for himself. Marciniak. Where'd Marciniak come from? Just down from the boat. Let's see if he can hang in with the front group. Super steady fleet right now, Mirko, on this start. A lot of people are hanging on starboard tack. And who is that? Let's see. Pionosi doesn't need to do much, but he is definitely second row. And we've got a group of people heading right that aren't really looking so good. Bruno Lobo. But let's see what happens on this race course. Let's see. Right now, left is kind of leading the group, but Bruno Lobo looks pretty level with them on the right.
yeah, they're really close. Ricardo Penos is trying to go back from the group because it was covered by many in front, and Max, as you said, is leading on the front. You can see how they crossing when they
Yeah, who was that just got scooped up?
I think it's Cameron.
It was the
Probably
no, that
it was the blue rib.
Well, I looked at Marimonides. Yep. Yeah, you're right. I think that was Cameron had there he is again. We're looking at Cameron Marimonides right there in third place right now. 3 points away from Max Mader overall. Last race of the day.
Yeah, I think it changed quite a bit. Is more.
Okay, so right now we have Cameron in second overall going into this last race.
Yeah.
So how close are the points, you say?
Yeah, a lot. More.
Okay. Okay, so maybe it looks like Cameron is still in second place. He had a little hiccup on that beat. And but right now, that group to the left that Max Mader was in that was leading, Ricardo Pianosi peeled out, went to the right. Right now we have Ricardo Pianosi kind of punching out. You said he wanted to get some clear air and clear out of there. And now Max Mader is left with that big pack to the left. And he's got some work to do, at least if this if our eyes are not deceiving us. Ricardo Pianosi looks like he can really grab this group. But as we look, a little bit of a left shift as everyone has to tack towards the ley line. That's what we were missing. That left shift up there came true.
Yeah, no, there was a big shift, and this is why a big part of the group it went over the ley line, and Benoit Gomez just round the mark on first.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so that's what we were missing. That group to the left had lined themselves up for that beautiful puff. It made it harder for them to tack to the ley line, but brought them ahead of that group to the right. With Benoit Gomez, Sam Aubin, again, the last person to qualify for the Gold Fleet in the top three. Again, Marciniak, and let's see, who else do we have here?
Dickinson, Max Mader.
Sam Dickinson and Max Mader in fifth. So of the usual suspects, Max Mader is hanging in there in the top five. Obviously, Benoit Gomez is having a great day. He's almost having like a Lisa Caval kind of day.
Yeah.
He's in the top three every race, making it happen, feeling good. And it's light, and he is not a small human. So I think that's really fantastic to see Benoit up at the top of the fleet again. And let's see, Marciniak kind of working his way into first. Now, who is that in the blue? So Gian Stragiotti, one of the first to jibe away. He's a little bit deep in the pack, but let's see. He'll be a good judge of the middle of the middle of the course to see if that breeze comes down and he's able to head a little bit closer to the mark, kind of like what Ricardo did in those 2 earlier races where he passed a lot of people downwind. Let's see, Benoit Gomez clearly has some wheels. Sam Dickinson, by the way, Sam Dickinson from the UK, he was like, I mean, he wasn't in tears or anything like that, but he was really picking himself apart. Oh, we have one kiter in the water. I don't know if that mixed up anyone else. Let's find out who that is. That was from the top group.
Dickinson now it seems to be in front of Benoit. Let's wait for the rounding mark.
I think that was.
And then Riccardo Pianosi went all the way on the right side with a super late jibe and he gained.
I think that was Dickinson who crashed.
Sam Dickinson, it seems. Yeah.
And Pianosi did an end around.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he went.
A comeback.
He didn't come inside everyone. He went outside everyone.
Yeah.
So, wow, trying something new here, Ricardo, but really well done. Picking off 5 places on that run. So here we have Benoit Gomez, Marciniak, Max Mader. Actually, who's right up inside there? Jan Voster's up inside there, too.
Yeah, and Pianosi and Sam Eben, Noah Ranciman, Lucas Walton, and Axel Mazella. Axel Mazella, we have to remember Axel Mazella.
He's right on the bubble.
It was sitting almost just 1 place out of the top 8, if I'm right. Yes.
Yep. And I just really want to apologize to Sam because, not Sam, yeah. Sam Dickinson. I was promoting him so hard and he crashed. It's so bad. But excellent run for him. But looking up forward, Benoit now given the first place. Marciniak still up there. Max Mader back in the 3rd. But another pass again. Pianosi kind of just getting right back into it. Mirko, where are we with our 7, 8, 9 peeps?
We need to wait at the end.
Who is doing what they need to do? We are not going to know till the end. Come on, man.
No,
tell me.
We can't because
Axel, is it going to be Axel?
It really depends on the discard if they still have some point.
I know
we don't play on the discard because it's going to be the last race of the day. So discard it play a good role.
Oh my God, I don't, Mirko, I can't. My heart can't handle it.
And then
I need to know.
And then Lorenzo and the closest one are Lorenzo Boschetti and Axel Mazella now because Lorenzo is and Wojciechowski is in front, so it's quite safe. But Lorenzo and Axel now probably.
They're 2 places away from each other, but they're deep. So Axel in 14th.
So there is 8-point difference. So.
Okay.
Let's see. We need to wait.
Yep. So let's follow this race here.
Yeah.
We've got, that's Max right back there. Yep.
Benoit is back on first.
Yep. Fantastic. You see Ricardo.
The Polish Marciniak. Sitting second. Max Mader third. Pianosi fourth.
Look at that. Fantastic. All right. So what do we got here? Who are we looking at? That's Benoit?
Yep. Benoit. Yep.
So Benoit.
The green bib is Benoit Gomez. He was first on the first lap. He's still first on the second rounding mark.
Extending his lead. He had Sam Dickinson
Kite
right ahead of him who crashed out. And then, but Benoit won the last race of yesterday in a tight battle with Riccardo Pianosi, and he's leading this race. He's got what it takes. So it's going to be really fantastic to watch him go through the medal series. He is into the medal series, easy, cheesy, peasy. And so now what we're looking at is, God, like you said, to the end of the race to figure out. Is Ricardo, no problem for Ricardo. No problem for Max Mader, but according to your calculus, that it almost doesn't matter right now with Cameron Marimonides. That Cameron's still in second.
Because as we said, Cameron, he make a lot of mistake today. All the mistake that he didn't do during the week, but he had a lot of card to play. So.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently he had a full deck to play with today because he's sitting in 16th place. He's probably still in second, and Max Mader's in third. So we shall see. I think it's going to be really close, actually, between Max and Cameron.
Yeah.
I think we'll see how this finish goes.
Yeah,
it does have a lot to do still with throwouts. And so there Cameron goes into a jibe. These guys are, this qualifying series is almost over, ladies and gentlemen. So there's really still two things really at stake here. That 8th place finish and that 8th place, and then that 2nd place. The two most important places in this final series right now. So let's see how it goes. Right now, I guess if we had to guess, it's Axel Mazzella versus Boschetti, and they're right next to each other right now on the race course. So there's Benoit Gomez with his black Element Kite, looking good, looking tight. And let's see what happens. Benoit, this doesn't matter. He can't get in a second. He's probably going to be into the semifinals in third or fourth place.
Yeah, Benoit will stay on 4th place, so it will easily
get into the
semifinal.
Yep, fantastic. All right, well, good job, Benoit. Let's just keep hanging in there. There we see Max Mader, followed by Riccardo Pianosi. How did Pianosi do? Did he get back up in there?
He's in 4th place now.
Yep, he's
just
in 4th place.
Straight behind Mader. So good job. He's really happy.
Yep.
Benito is really happy.
Yeah, Benito, Benoit Gomez. Okay, so where are our players for 7th, 8th, 9th? Stragiotti, safe, right?
Super safe, yeah.
Let's see, who else? Dolenk and Bruno Lobo. They're ahead of Mazzella and Boschetti by a couple places.
Yeah, but we need to.
We don't know the throwouts.
I don't know at the end which was exactly the result at the end, but we will see.
Okay. All right, here we are. We are back on the beach.
Yes, we have the camera that was back on the beach and now back on the water.
Yep. Here we are. That was a Silver Fleet start that you just saw there. We're getting our cameras all together. Holy cow. It's like that silent finish, you know, like what just happened? You know, and we don't have the calculator in front of us that's doing all the Yep. We are not done yet with the racing, obviously, but we really want to know what happened. We're going to talk about the women's race first, and let's see what's going on here. Lauriane Nalot still, as predicted, held on to her first, even though she had her kind of first hiccup of the day, you know, wiping out on that downwind leg.
It will be only one race left. I just want to point you only in one thing. 83 and 82 points from Brejana and Mafalda to be on the medal series tomorrow, which I think is really the hottest part of the last race of the day, which will be the girl.
Yep.
Catalina with the third on the previous race. She scored really a great result on the previous race with the third. She put herself with, let's say, a buffer of 3 points.
Yep.
Not safe, but at least inside of the medal series tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
The medal race, and then Brejana and Mafalda. It will be. It will be hot.
Yes. So we have one more race to go with the women, and really, this with first and second launched. This next race is going to be just as exciting as that men's race. It has 3 players. Let's see, Sarine, 3, you know, just a couple points.
Yeah, just a couple points.
Catalina has a little bit of a buffer, but not much. But it really comes down to Brianna Whitehead of Australia and Mafalda Pires de Lima from Portugal, who did not finish that last race.
Because we saw on the rounding mark a
Yep.
crash and
in the water.
for different competitors
just
on the water.
Not great luck with that, but super exciting. And I talked to you about this, Mirko, this whole idea that this format creates these pinch points.
Yeah.
You know, with the first or second and third and the 7, 8, 9 pinch point. And it always comes down to the last race. It doesn't seem like there's ever, like that middle group, you know, the 3rd through 6th or whatever, in both fleets is just sitting there, right? There's no threat. But it's always a pinch at that 7, 8, and 9. Why is that? Just makes it happen.
Because, I mean, that's the format, as you said.
It's a magic format.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic and it's exciting, and it's exciting to see from our point, watching on the video, on the screen. And I think it's really dynamic also to run races, because you need always to figure out where you are, which kind of point you have in your pocket, and which will be the tactic on the race after. Because, I mean, we saw that Max at some point, also if it was not the right choice, it was following Cameron. And, you know, he didn't make it at the end, and the girl the same. I mean, Lorion, she was full on to make that bullet place at the end of the day.
All right.
Then the men.
Here we are. What happened?
Exactly. That was what exactly we were talking about with the discard with Jan Marciniak. With the good discard that we had.
Yes, we didn't know about Marciniak.
He just jumped into the medal.
He was not featuring. We thought it was between Boschetti and Mazzella, and Marciniak comes, 4 places?
No, it was 10. It was in 10.
Yep.
It was in 10, and then he jumped to 8.
No, he started the day in 11th.
Yeah, in 11th.
Yes.
Then he went to 10, and then straight forward on the last race with the second on the 8.
Yes. So
then Jan Marciniak tomorrow he will run the medal race.
Yes. So there it is, starting the day in 11th place. Biggest story in the men's fleet. Jan Marciniak just squeaking in to the medal series ahead of Lorenzo and Boschetti and Axel Mazzella, who had played in the top 5, top 6 during the week. And it's these comeback riders, you know, that are making a charge. It's a momentum thing. Max Mader, he gave his momentum. Let's see, look at the way this ended up at the top. Max Mader in a second. Bigger story, Cameron down to 4th. You know, it's just this teeter-totter with throwouts and races where all of a sudden you can drop very quickly. That's what happened to Cameron Maraminides. Good news for everyone from Marciniak up to Riccardo Pianosi. They are medal series riders in the men's. We have one more race in the women to figure that out. But holy cow, did you see Marciniak coming? I mean, geez.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw over the last race being second, third in top, when you score a bullet or a second or a third, you're going to gain a lot of points. And over the last race, where some discard will play an extra point, it just jump in top of it.
Santa Maria Marciniak.
Yeah. And then Boschetti, which was sitting 8, he lose the opportunity to be on the medal race. And Axel as well.
Yep, I feel pretty bad for Axel as well looking into that. But, you know, that riding around that bubble, there was a lot of stress for those riders, and Marciniak had nowhere to go but up. And Cameron Maraminides down into 4th place. Tuning partner, Benoit Gomez, up into 3rd place. Max Mader and Riccardo Pianosi.
Yeah.
Straight into the finals.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, that was the men, and we are getting ready to see the women. Wow. Geez, my heart, I need to like calm down a little bit.
No way.
Yeah.
No, stay here. We still have another one.
Okay, cool. Well, you keep me calm. because this last race in the women is going to be a nail biter. Again, all the way to the end. Do you predict that? It must
I
be.
mean, I'm used to wait until the end.
Okay, well, I'm not. I kind of want to know. But we know about well, we don't even know about the top two. It might be a little bit closer. But anyway, our next race will be the last race of the day. How exciting was that for the men's series, ending up the Gold Fleet? Marciniak from Poland working his way up from 11th to 8th, just squeaking in to the medal series. And Max Mader finally making it into second place along with Riccardo Pianosi to get straight into the finals. Wow. Okay. So all those guys got a lot of resting up to do for the top 8. The women, it ain't over yet, Mirko.
No.
So we got to watch that last group. I think the top 2 is all set. But
yeah, but what is interesting is the 8.
Yeah. What is interesting is the 8. So let's take a little break before that women's final race. We'll take a break. Actually, you know what? Something All right, Mirko. One thing we didn't talk a lot about is, because when you're trying to get a place, right, that gets you into the medal series or not, a lot of times things get really close, right? And we don't really see a lot of what's going on in the water when it comes to refereeing, umpiring, that kind of stuff. But I know that the class is trying to, this is an Olympic class, so I know that the class is trying to.
I don't know if it's.
I know that the Olympic, is trying to do a better job in terms of refereeing and umpiring using technology. We can talk about that later. Right now, we have race 18, the last race of the women's opening and qualifying series. And man, it's the 7, 8, 9 group. Mafalda, who did not finish that last race, and she is how many points?
I'm gonna check the last.
Yeah, check the last results.
It's gonna be the last. Here it is. Look at the screen.
Yep. So let's see what we got.
Mafalda is 1 point behind Brianna.
Yes. So
8 and 9.
In your estimation, because then there's another, basically 2 points, 2 to 3 points after that, Catalina. In your estimation, do you think Catalina can relax or no?
No, Catalina.
Because they have a full fleet, right?
She's quite okay. She has already one bad result, which she's still counting.
And there's a massive gap between Mafalda and Damashevitz.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you were Mafalda, what would you do? It's just between those two.
Try to win.
Try to win. Well, you have to beat Brianna.
She was on the top 3, almost rounding mark.
Right. But okay, we're coming up on 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Okay, so I don't know. If I were Mafalda, I would
push all in.
All in. Win the race.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think I would try to
stay. She will do the same, Brianna, I can tell you.
Well, I think I'd try to just play on top of Brianna and vice versa. So we got 2 minutes going on. Let's see what happens. See who's trying to win the race and who tries to match race. Okay?
Yeah.
I vote match race. You vote full send.
No, all in.
All in.
I would go for all in.
You vote all in. Okay, let's see how it goes. Okay, we got 1 minute and 48 seconds. What Mirko and I have been talking about is that 8th, 9th position. Brianna and Mafalda 1 point away from each other. Catalina 3 points ahead of them. And thinks she has a little bit of a buffer to stay in the top 8. And the top 2 are launched. Lily Young and Lorian Nolo in first overall. Last race of the qualifying series, race 18 for the women, 1:20. We know there's good breeze out there. We know the race course is clean. We've had a boat cleaning up, We're in it to win it. So let's see how it goes here. 110, 15-meter kites up for the women for the European Championships. We are at the pointy end of the entire thing before we move into the medal series. Tomorrow, Mirko Babini, 1 minute.
Less than a minute, we can see Gisela and Maria Socorro, the Brazilian and the Spanish one going on the left side. So they are, I mean, for sure they will get ready to start on port, on the pin. Let's see if all the big fleet, because all the rest they will be on starboard, if they leave the gate open, like Maria Socorro she did before. It was an amazing port tack start.
Yeah, the cleanest we've seen.
Yeah, the cleanest, yeah. But now they are in two. There is Gisela and Maria Socorro.
Yeah,
and,
Gisela and Socorro on port tack. Let's
10 seconds to go.
Let's see if the doors open for Socorro and Gisela.
I don't see the orange. Okay.
That door is
not enough.
Closed.
No.
All right, a little bit of a sag in the middle. Let's see if that's clear. Okay, awesome, clear start. That's the first time I've ever seen a proper midline sag in this series. So that was pretty interesting. But coming right out of the middle is Darren Atakan. So she was Darren right there, like maybe 4 up from the bottom there, kind of getting launched with the red kite. She was actually like, maybe 6 meters behind everyone and then just launched into that front row spot. Who is that above her? Lauriane Nalot.
Brianna.
Oh, Brianna. Okay, cool. Brianna Whitehead. Okay. All in, right, for Brianna Whitehead. Let's see how that goes. And where is Mafalda? That's the other person we're following.
She's all the way up, but not really a good start. Clean, windward to all the group, but little bit behind Lisa Caval.
Up there with Lisa Caval, directly behind Lisa Caval. I would say, and Brianna Whitehead is kind of stuck with that group. She's kind of pinned out right now. But look,
she will be okay.
Look at that top group. That's Darren Atakan
and
Lauriane Nalot. Absolutely hammering out the middle there. Look at how much extension that they've had. I mean, Darren started not second row, but a little bit behind the front row, and then her and Lauriane are just punching their ticket right now out to the left-hand side of the course. This is the longest we've seen. They're all being pressed out to the ley line. If I were Brianna, I'd try to get out of there pretty quick because otherwise she's going to be pinned out of there, and Mafalda might have some breathing room. Because right now, if Mafalda attacks right now, here they come. Okay, so these riders are going to be actually really close to each other. Beautiful, beautiful how Mafalda attacked right underneath. Oops. Who was that?
Mafalda, she's on the top 10. She's 8.
Yep.
Between 7 to 8.
So she was right. She tacked right under Lisa Caval.
Yeah.
And right in front of Brianna Whitehead. So
we need to wait. We need to wait to the rounding mark. It can change because the wind is quite shifting.
Yeah,
and
of course.
See the ley line; they are changing.
Of course. And so, but that's okay because they are playing each other. They're playing the course. I bet you Mafalda knows exactly where Brianna is and vice versa. So here we are on the race course. Check that out. Darren Atakan doing great, but Gisela Polito, look at her. Just super. I mean, she's got to be the most consistent rider here. She's consistently 5th or 4th.
She starts on port all the way behind.
Yeah, and so she's quick. And she's just getting back into the game, too. She's changed her training a lot. So she's finding her feet in this fleet as well. It's great to see her being so consistent. Also, let's see. Darren is kind of slipping back a little bit. Lauriane just freaking full send all the time. Lisa Caval still in the lead. Nothing's going to change. This is the last race of the series between Lauriane and Lily Young. But Damashevitz back up in 5th. That's not going to help her cause. She's pretty far back. Darren Atakan still in there. But Mafalda, many places ahead of Brianna Whitehead.
Yeah.
I think Brianna just got like pinned basically with that group to the left. But like you said, let's see what happens around this mark.
I mean, she's nine. I mean, she's just 3 behind.
Correct, but things can go back and forth there.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, right up at the weather
Isabella.
mark. Oh, Isabella, who started the day in third place.
It's the second
Satrian
time.
from Poland. And on the wrong side of the mark, she might even drop her kite. Isabella is in the qualifying series no matter what happens in this race. So good for her, but she is not going to hold on to that third place. Very frustrating for the polar sailor who's been doing so great all week. Young sailor making her way in the senior fleet. So sad to see that. But let's see what's happening. Again, the front of the fleet, we're not caring about too much right now because nothing's going to change there. But the 7, 8, 8, 9, Mafalda in 5th place. Brianna, 3 places behind her in 8th place. Let's see what happens down this run. Who are we looking at here, Mirko?
That's Lorian.
Just
killing
sending it.
everyone in front. Like Benit on the previous race. Benoit.
Yep, take a
Benoit Gomez
picture.
yeah.
There she is. Love it.
Clean,
Yeah.
clean win, stay in front, no mistake.
Ripping. And hey, I mean, I'm saying it. Lisa Caval, rider of the day. You know, just
Still
most.
there.
Yeah, look at her numbers. She's
Yeah.
sending it. She's gonna. She might even climb even one more place. I can't believe the mental fortitude on all these riders. They all have these setbacks, right? And we all know that it's not, the races you win, it's the races you come back from. And Caval came back from a bad day the day before.
It might be some shift to sit on the semi-final because right now there is Isabella and Darin on 3rd and 4th.
Right.
If Lisa Caval, she can get some point. Let's see at the end of the day.
On Darren.
Because from Darin or Isabella, because now Isabella, I don't know if she has more point to throw away.
Well, certainly.
But she might lose a couple of points and
Right.
then drop to 5th.
Well, as we round the leeward mark here, Nolo rounding in 1st in the last race of this series. Caval hot on her tail. It's looking really great for Caval maybe to move up and make some points on Isabella because Isabella was in the water just a little while ago. And we'll see how that plays out. As we learned with the men, it's hard to have vision on the throwouts on these point changes, and it is coming down to this last race to see who gets 8th getting in. Also, another little game playing on here with Caval maybe getting into 4th place and getting into the semifinals.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, she's been on a tear.
Turienzo, Mafalda, Catarina, and Brejana, they are all pretty close.
Yep.
It's gonna be a matter of point. Huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Between Lorenzo and Jan.
Okay, well, as it stands right now, I think we see Mafalda going in, Turienzo, no problem, and Caval probably making it into the semis. Too early to tell.
I can tell you in the next 5 minutes.
Oh my God. Okay, I'll wait.
Tomorrow we should put the calculator. No, tomorrow is gonna be easier.
Yeah, tomorrow should be a lot easier. Okay,
tomorrow is not a matter
so
of
we saw
point.
Lorian Nalo, who's been wearing that blue jersey way too long today because she took the lead halfway through the day. There she is, right behind her, Lisa Caval. Crossing behind her. They are right up against the Portac ley line. Darren Atakan. So Darren has to stay close to Caval. She does not want to give up anything, right? Yeah. She's, let's see, overall, she should be safe certainly for qualifying for, but for the, it's really mixed between Darren, Isabella, and Lisa Caval for 3rd and 4th.
For the semi-final, yes.
For the semi-final, yes. So,
and then for the quarter-final between Catalina and Mafalda and Brianna.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep. One of those two. So here is Lorian Nalo hammering. She's still in the lead. So she needs to. Her form's been really good, getting better all the time. Interesting about Lorian. The first 2 days solid. She ventilated, crashed out probably 2 times a race almost in the beginning of the week. Like she just said she's just getting used to her foil, getting used to things. She was pressing at the wrong times. And or being too risky at the wrong times, and now she feels a lot better. Here she is just tacking for that final weather mark for the final race of this qualifying series. Nolo in the lead of the race, in the lead of the series, just grabbed it for the first time all week today. Moved her way up from a low of 5th. She went in and out of 5th and 4th place for a long time this week and then started to work her way up 2 days ago. And here she is leading the regatta for the first time all week, but also just sending it.
I mean,
Good job.
you know, it's a really good result for her because she will start mentally strong tomorrow because the confidence built over the last opening series day is really important.
Yep.
It's what give you the confidence on approaching the medal series for tomorrow.
Cool.
And look at Lily.
So what about people like Caval? She's not like winning, but she's just climbing the whole time. That's confidence too, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. It's gonna be really interesting for tomorrow.
And Lily has not had a bad day. By any stretch, that kind of day would keep you in the top 2, you know, keep you in the top 3 for the day. So she's had a great day and a great week. Just Lorian just pushed it to the next level today. 5 races. That's a lot of races to chip away at a lead, right?
Yes, exactly.
So absolutely fantastic. Okay, Mafalda and Brianna Whitehead. 3 places away from each other, right? Is that what we see? Okay, cool. Well, let's see. There's a lot of racing left on this race course right now. We've got this whole downwind leg. We've got Zoe right in front of Brianna, Ella Geiger right behind her, Yulia Demashevitz, who's super quick ahead of her. I would say, well, even if Brianna finished right behind her, we still don't know. Yeah, we still don't know. Okay, cool. So let's take a look.
In less than a minute, they will cross the finish line.
Yep, exactly. And you know what? So there goes Brianna passing Zoe Bouteng, and so she's 2 places away from Mafalda. And I just wouldn't want Yulia Damashevitz, you know, who's actually shown some bright moments today and this week. I wouldn't want her right ahead of me. I think that's
last jab of the day.
Too tall of a mountain to climb. So let's see.
Last jab of the day for Lorian.
All right, Lorian.
Shot over the last.
Well, the regatta's
on the finish line.
The regatta's not over, but 5 races today. Couldn't be better for Lorian Nolo. The only one who came close to her performance is Lisa Caval, and who's right behind her. Those 2 were a class act today. They both won the day, and but go Nolo, who started this regatta a little slow. And I think Marina said something like, what, you can make a habit of starting your regatta so slow and finishing so strong. I don't know what it is about you, Nolo, but great job. Good job winning that opening series and leading into the medal series. First into the finals. Lisa Caval, hey, amazing day after such a disheartening day yesterday. So much drama for her. But in second place, hey, I think she makes it in the semifinals, but we will see for sure after a break. Lisa Caval, Darren Atakan, local, had an amazing regatta. Let's see where she ends up if she gets into the semis or the quarterfinals.
And Catalina Turienzo in 4th.
And Catalina Turienzo in 4th. So
she can keep the position.
Yeah, so she can keep the position for the quarterfinals.
Yeah, for the quarterfinal. Yeah,
exactly. All right. Well, that was awesome. Not as a lot of position changes, but this was a fine-tuning thing. So who is that in the water? Lorian, good job.
Just in front of us.
Little applause for Lorian winning this opening series. What a long series. Big breeze, no breeze, kites in the water. Good job, Lorian and Lily Young for first 2 into the finals tomorrow for the women. So let's take a break, and then let's look at the results after this. All right, here we are getting back to the beach. There is your winner of the opening series, Lorian Nolot, in the women's fleet. Fantastic effort this entire week, but now we begin a whole nother stage in the regatta. But in the men's fleet, holy cow, lots of changes at the top, lots of changes at the bottom. I didn't even predict that change at the top or the bottom. So, I mean, maybe I'm just new at this. So, anyway, but Mirko, when we get the men's results up here, let's talk this through again, okay? Because Marciniak from Poland came into this series in 11th place and then ends up being the last one in to the medal series. Here we are. Okay, where do you want to start? Bottom or top?
Oh, we start from the top.
Okay, good.
Let's start from the top, and then just because it's been so consistent all the week, and then also today he proved to score some bullet, and he ended up with the bullet in the pocket for the medal tomorrow. Riccardo Pianosi, he scored fourth on the last race, but he win a couple of races today as well, and he makes sure that nothing happened. Go smoothly to the final for tomorrow.
22-point lead in the gold series for Riccardo Pianosi.
But the greatest, the second and the third, is almost the same point, just 1 point different between Max Mader and Benoit Gomez.
Yep, and that is not how we started this day. We started with Cameron Marimonides, who had made a charge all week to stay ahead of Max Mader. Max Mader had a bunch of really deep races, no throwouts to be had. All of a sudden, today, 4 races, Cameron Marimonides kind of digs into his throwout cards, and Max Mader wins a couple races. Benoit Gomez right there, third and fourth almost every race, and moves right into the semifinals. So Max Mader and Riccardo Pianosi straight into the finals for tomorrow's medal series. Benoit Gomez, Cameron Marimonides, the first 2 into the semifinals. Now, let's get to the bottom. At the beginning of today, we had Lorenzo Boschetti and Axel Mazzella duking it out to try to get into this medal series tomorrow, and just chipping away, and maybe some bad throwouts for Lorenzo Boschetti and Axel Mazzella, and Jan Marciniak, just a couple good races, really consistent, and just slips right by them. He starts the day in 11th, ends up in 8th. Vojta drops a little bit. Bruno Lobo moves up a little bit. Stragiotti had a good day. But the story at the bottom of this fleet, really, and the story of the day for the men's is Marciniak.
It is Jan Marciniak. I mean, Jan Marciniak just changed the result on the last race because those couple of points that he just needed to jump in the top 8, it was thanks to the last race, and scoring the second, he just gained those 3-4 points obvious over a really not good regatta for Lorenzo Boschetti and Axel Mazzella, which they end up on 15 and 14, both of them over the last race. So with the second on Jan, he got those point gain, and he just jumped on the 8. Wojciechowska also, he didn't have a really good race today. Luckily, he just got enough to stay 7, because it was just by 1 point that Jan Marciniak went over Wojciechowska.
And today was a day of momentum, both for the men, both for the women, but really for the men. The momentum of Marciniak just moving up while everyone was kind of stressing around each other. Bruno Lobo had a momentum down. Stragiotti had momentum up. Marimonides had momentum down. Gomez, Mader, momentum up. You know, the whole day, they just never faltered.
As you said, look, Lobo, he scored 1/3 and 1:15 over the last 4 races of the day. It's quite a lot of difference. I mean, it's just enough, a small mistake. We saw it all over the race, that they are so close when they are packing a group. There is a 7 or 8 kite foilers in 50 meters.
Yep.
I mean, it
was awesome.
No matter what, it's like MotoGP on the corner. You can pass first or the last. But
and Pianosi was the master of that one for sure. So, all right. So with the men, we were glad that the breeze actually steadied out, which was really fantastic. We have our men's finalists for tomorrow. We just went through that. Let's take a look at the women and see how that ended up. We just watched live that series. There they are on the beach. Kaval, Botang, yep, and Lorian Nalo. Just talking it through there. Let's see if we have some of their results. But really, I mean, Botang was never in the discussion, but Lisa Kaval brought herself into the discussion, pulled herself into the discussion for the semifinals after not having such a great day yesterday. Nalo, her teammate, they must have been happy. Both of them had basically the best day, that the women had. So they both won the day, or at least.
Yeah, for sure, she's happy. She's just waiting for some
confirmation
on the result. If she will be on quarter or on the semi. I guess that she will be probably on the quarterfinal for only 1 point, but we will see soon as far as the results are done.
Yeah, it'll be really close. But for Kaval, again, it's awesome to see how well she did today and coming back from injury. So here we are. Let's look at the bottom of this. Mafalda and Brianna, and we kind of guessed that, right? That they were gonna, whoever beat who in that last race. Catalina was clear, even extended that. 3 points between Mafalda and Brianna Whitehead. Great job, Mafalda. Pires de Lima from Portugal. Sad moment for Brianna Whitehead. Brianna, that's heartbreaking. They went back and forth all day today on that position, probably for a bit of the week too. Lisa Kaval, not as high as I thought she would be. What are those pours? 2 points.
Yeah,
between
only 2 points. So
Darren.
Isabella and Darin, they stay on the.
Wow.
Yeah, they stay on the semi-final.
Okay, so
which is good. So we're gonna have the quarterfinal: Mafalda, Catalina, Gisela, and Lisa, and then the top two they're gonna go again in the water against Darin Atakan from Turkey, the local hero. Here, and then Isabella, the young Polish.
Well, I think
it's going to be really a great semi-final.
Absolutely. Lorian Nalo, Lily Young, you're straight into the finals of this European Championships. Absolutely fantastic. Class act, both of them. Story of the week, Isabella Satrian, even with dropping it in the drink, like we're getting caught up in a mark, still able to hold on to third place. And local hero Darren Atakan, Isabella and Darren straight into the semifinals. Lisa Kaval with an amazing day. And then what a great quarterfinals group. But man, Mafalda, she should be really happy with that result. What a tough regatta for all these riders at the European Championships. And what a big gap between 9th and 10th. Holy guacamole. So, Mirko, what a day.
We are ready for tomorrow.
Are you sure you're ready? You need to get some sleep.
No,
okay.
We can stay here on the boat.
All night
it's
long.
the perfect terrace here in the Fenerbahce.
Yep.
We enjoy a lot of hours. I think it went quite fast. Because we had a lot of action on the water, and not only on the water, but everything that happened around. We enjoy a lot the race of the day. It was really challenging, really good job for all the race committee and the mark layer around. And I think everyone did a really great job, and congratulations to our competitors. And let's be focused for the one that will run the medal series tomorrow.
Absolutely.
It was great today.
Yep, we've been here for 6 days. The weather's been amazing. We had 1 day off because it was just smoking out. And tomorrow, live again. Thank you, everyone, for your patience when we have little glitches. We're doing our best, and it looks great on TV, and we love your comments, too. So thank you for participating, and we can't wait to show the racing live tomorrow. I'm going to just maybe take some pills or do some yoga just to calm down and get ready for tomorrow. So anyway, that's all for the last day of the qualifying series. Medal series live tomorrow at the 2025 Formula Kite European Championships. I'm Chris. This is Mirko, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.